So let's start off with a little bit of a morning review, okay? Um, hmm. What do we call the court proceeding to determine what the assets of an estate are after all debts have been paid?
Probate?
Probate. Very good. And what do you call it when you die with a will? What do you call it when you die with a will? Having made a will.
Attestate.
Testate. And without a will?
Intestate.
Intestate. All right. And what do you call the process of when somebody dies intestate and no heirs can be located and the property reverts to the state? What do we refer to that as?
An escheat.
Escheat, correct. And a transfer of property by will is known as?
Divide. Wait.
Devise. And a
Devise.
transfer of property by lease is demise, not to confuse the two, right?
Mhm.
All right. And what do we call the wife's right in all the husband's property upon his death that he had during his lifetime?
The dower.
Dower. And the husband's right?
Curtsy.
Courtesy. And when did New Jersey abolish the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights?
May 28th, something.
1980. May 28th,
Okay.
1980. Correct. So now if you were married after May 28th, 1980, instead the spouse has the right of joint possession for whatever the primary marital residence is. Which we didn't get into that really too much. That's really chapter 6 stuff. So what is the definition of land?
Well, it's the Earth's surface and anything that's about nature.
Anything attached to it by nature?
Yeah.
And
Infinity upward and infinity and then to the center of the earth.
so, yep, it's the surface of the earth, everything permanently attached to it by nature, like trees and bushes, everything to the center of the earth, and everything below the surface to the center of the earth, and everything above it to infinity. Correct. So what's the definition of real estate?
Land and man-made improvements
Land.
like
Land.
utilities, sewers,
Yep, so it's the definition of land plus man-made improvements and
Your bundle of rights.
the bundle of rights, or you could say all the rights, interests, and benefits that go with it. Correct. All right. What are your fiduciary duties? Cole?
Care, obedience, accounting.
Loyalty and
And
disclosure?
Yep.
disclosure.
So care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. These are all your fiduciary duties. What's another word for a tangible asset, something that you can touch or feel?
Corporal?
Fixture.
Corporeal.
Corporeal.
Oh,
I always used to say that too. I always used to say corporeal. There's actually another O in that word. It's corporeal.
I knew it was something like that.
I used to do the same thing. And then I had a student pointed out to me, they're like, there's another O in there. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Corporeal. But it's interesting when you learn a lot of this terminology, if you haven't had it before, you hear it on the news sometimes, you hear it in movies used sometimes, and you're like, hey, I know that word. So it doesn't just like go by you, because you know it, what do we call those undercover mystery shoppers that make sure that everybody's treating everybody else equally?
testers.
Tester, correct. And what is the anti-discriminatory law that has no exceptions to it?
That's the Civil Rights Act of 1860.
Correct. And what's the protected class in that?
Title 8.
Well, the protected
Oh,
class.
I'm sorry. The
Who's being
protected
protected?
class.
Yeah, who's being protected?
All race
Race and or
and
color.
color.
Now it also includes religion, and national origin, but mainly for exams, what you need to know is race, because that's what they're gonna throw in there. All right, and what kind of property is covered in the Civil Rights Act of 1866?
All real estate.
All residential properties.
All property, real and personal property. Okay, and so the Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1986 is also known as what?
The housing.
The Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. And what kind of property is covered in that?
Just residential and land.
All residential real estate and land used for residential property, correct. How long does somebody have to file a complaint under the federal laws if they feel like they've been discriminated against?
2 years.
Well, 1 year unless they
year.
want to make a federal case out of
Yeah.
it, and then it's 2 years if they want to bring it to
2
federal
years.
court. Okay, and who would you file that complaint with?
HUD.
HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. All right, and discrimination against, using discrimination as the tool to scare a homeowner into selling their home.
Blockbusting.
Blockbusting, you're trying to get them to bust up the block, right? By selling. All right, and now what about discrimination where you're making the decisions where somebody should live or by limiting their options?
Hearing.
Steering.
Steering, that's steering, correct. And not giving them a mortgage loan or
Redlining.
insurance policy as a means of discrimination?
Redlining.
Redlining, correct. And we saw the redlining maps, right? Okay, so let's see what else. What federal law makes blockbusting and steering illegal?
That's the housing.
The
Fair
Federal Fair
Housing.
Housing Act of 1968. Mhm.
Mhm.
A now outlawed discriminatory zoning practice.
A now outlawed discriminatory.
Zoning practice.
Oh gosh. I don't know.
I don't know, I forgot.
An illegal zoning practice.
Wow. An illegal zone.
Outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Mount Laurel 1 and 2 thingy?
Yeah, those were the lawsuits that made it illegal. Exclusionary zoning.
Yeah.
And who was excluded?
I didn't know that one.
The poor, the low income and the
Poor
poor,
people.
right?
Yeah,
By changing the zoning laws, they couldn't afford to buy the larger properties required, right? So, to build. So the people that were excluded were poor people, and that was through exclusionary zoning. That's what the practice was dubbed, okay? How do we inform people about the New Jersey law against discrimination?
we give the
Poster.
What do we give them?
Attorney General memorandum.
We give them the Attorney General's memorandum. And who do we have to give the Attorney General's memorandum to?
property owner.
Property owners, when?
At the time of the listing.
At the time of listing. And what if they tell you that they're going to discriminate?
And walk away from the asses.
Turn down the listing, walk away, correct. And who enforces the New Jersey laws against discrimination?
That would be LAD.
Lad?
Well, that the LAD is the law.
That is
Who-
the
Who
law.
enforces the LAD?
Oh, Federal Fair Housing?
That's not the
HUD.
law.
HUD.
No, HUD enforces the federal anti-discriminatory laws. Wait, what's the document called that
Oh.
you give people to inform them about the New
Yeah,
Jersey
it
law?
would be the what's his name?
Attorney General.
Yes.
Attorney General, there you go. I mean, the document you give them to inform them is the Attorney General's memorandum. So who would enforce
Yeah.
it? The Attorney General, right?
All right.
All right. And what are the fines for violating the New Jersey law against discrimination for first, second, third offense?
Up to
10,
Up to
10,000,
25,
10,000.
50,
25,000.
Up to
Yeah.
10,000,
25,000,
25,
50,000.
And
$50,000. Correct. And how long does somebody have to file a complaint if they were discriminated against under the LAD?
One year.
1 year?
Cut it in half.
30 days.
6 months. It's or 180 days. Yep.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Lad, 6 months.
Do, 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 do. When a judge forces somebody to do something or to refrain from doing something,
Oh, injunction.
it's an injunction. Yes, injunction. Um, hmm. What kind of property is covered under the New Jersey law against discrimination?
All properties.
All property.
All properties.
Okay,
Residential.
personal property, right? Personal and real estate,
All real property.
all
All
real.
real property. That's the word you were hunting for.
Yeah. I
Real
couldn't
property,
remember it.
Okay, because we have there's two kinds of property in this world: real estate, real property, or personal. Okay, and there's two types of real property. It could be residential or commercial. Okay, so the LAD covers all real property, residential and commercial. It doesn't cover, my clothes on my back, my personal property.
But it did cover personal property.
The real estate industry's equivalent of medical malpractice coverage.
Yeah.
No?
E&O, errors and omissions insurance, correct. Correct. All right. Let's see. And an illegal practice where agents from competing firms talk about the fees that they charge the public trying to set an industry standard. What do we
Oh,
call that practice?
Legal.
Not what law, but what do we call the practice?
That's, why can't I think of words?
No.
Like price setting or something.
Price
Price
fixing, price fixing.
Yes.
Okay, it's price fixing. All right, now what makes price fixing illegal?
Oh.
Against the law.
A
no?
tank, there's a tank named after this, or this was named after a tank, one or the other.
The Sherman Antitrust Act?
There you go, the Sherman tank. Remember that? The Sherman Antitrust Act. All right. Unintentional fraud done by somebody who should have known better.
The broker?
There's a name for it. What do we call unintentional misrepresentation done by somebody who should have known better?
What to say?
Negligence. It's negligence.
Ah,
Negligence.
I thought that was a wrong answer.
Okay. Fraud is intentional misrepresentation. Negligence is unintentional, but it's done by somebody who should have known better. That would probably be us that would fall in that category. So unless you intentionally tried to harm, mislead, or take advantage of somebody, we should know better because we have the education. We know that we're not supposed to do certain things, or not supposed to misrepresent, or not pretend that we know it all. Get the inspectors out there, get the professionals out there, right? So don't try to be the know-it-all, because then you could find yourself in a position of misrepresenting the facts to people, because you're not the expert in everything. What do we call an unpleasant event like rape, murder, or suicide that could affect the sellability and value of a property, but does not affect the physical condition of it?
Undisclosed. I know it doesn't have to be disclosed. I don't remember the name.
A stigmatizing factor.
Oh,
Stigmatizing factor.
Okay.
Mhm. What do we call a problem easily discoverable by a normal visual inspection if you bother to look around?
a latent defect?
No, that's a hidden defect. That is going to be my next question. But what do we call one that's right in your face? You can see it if you bother to look around.
Uh,
The window's smashed.
Visible.
Material defect. It's a
Material.
material defect. It's one easily discoverable by a normal visual prudent inspection. If you bothered to look around, you'd find it. Latent defect, the word latent means hidden. So it's latent defect is one that requires further investigation to uncover or discover. And any information about a property that that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing, it's usually about the physical condition of the property, not necessarily something that's wrong with it.
Oh, that was a question.
Material information. It's material information. Material information is any information that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. It could be how many bedrooms and how many baths. It's not necessarily a problem with the property. And what kind of agent can legally bind their clients to a contract?
A universe. Oh, God. I want to. What the hell's the name of it? Universal agent? Wait.
Property managers usually work as them in this capacity.
A general agent.
General agent. General agent. Whereas all other agents cannot legally bind their clients to a contract. They work as
Special agent.
special agent. Remember, I keep saying you guys are very special. Most people are special agents. They don't work in the capacity as general agents. All right. And what are the different ways that you could terminate an agency relationship?
Death.
We both agree.
Death or incompetency of both parties, mutual agreement,
Bankruptcy.
bankruptcy,
Quitting.
No, no.
well, one party could, yeah, the agent can cancel it. Well, if the agent can cancel it, can the seller, can the other party cancel it? So cancellation by the client as well. What else?
Oh, destruction.
Destruction or
unstable.
condemnation of the property. What else? Got at least two more.
Did we mention how do you say this? Unconditional release, I think.
Well, we already went over that, mutual agreement or
Oh,
have you. How about fulfillment for the purpose of the agency agreement? Right, you sold the property. What do you need to have a agency agreement for now? And then lastly, if you could sell it, what's the other end of the spectrum?
Buy it.
It expires, right?
Yeah.
There's different ways to terminate agency relationships. What's the way that we inform people the different ways that our agency can represent them?
Oh, that page we give it to them in the beginning.
Yeah, we give it to them. It's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with.
Yeah,
CIS.
CIS, the Consumer Information Statements, a disclosure of agency relationships. What needs to be the document sitting on top of the contract prepared by licensees as the cover page?
Opinion.
26.
Opinion 26 notice, what is that?
It's the document that states that you have the right to an attorney.
Correct. This document says you have a right to hire an attorney. When is it considered that we've earned our commission?
When there's an agreement and all funds are in place.
After closing,
Closing.
days after close.
When we produced a ready, willing, and able buyer,
Wow.
right? Ready, willing, and able buyer, somebody who's prepared, somebody who can purchase, they have the ability to, they're ready to take positive steps towards consummating that transaction, and they're willing to. Ready, willing, and able. What do agents owe their clients?
Honesty and respect.
In respect. Honesty and
Agents owe their clients.
Fiduciary relationship?
So if you have a fiduciary relationship, what do you owe your client? You're partway there.
Fair.
Fiduciary duties.
Yeah.
Cold, remember? Those are the legal responsibilities: care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. So what's the difference between a client and a customer? What do we owe a customer?
Fair and respect.
Fair and honesty?
Honesty and fair dealing, correct. We have to treat them honestly and fairly. Can't try to take advantage of them. How do we help people value their properties?
With the.
What?
CMA.
CMA, comparative market analysis, which can never be called. What can we never call it?
Appraisal.
An appraisal. It's not an appraisal because we're not licensed appraisers. Another word for ownership.
title.
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 Is title proof of ownership? Is there a document in real estate called title?
No.
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 So how do we transfer title ownership?
deed,
The deed.
By a deed. And is a deed proof of ownership?
No.
No. What are the 4 evidences of title?
Attorney opinion.
Attorney's, okay, well, that's part of it. It's abstract of title with attorney's opinion, certificate of title, title insurance policy, and a Torrens certificate, which is not used in New Jersey. All right, when does your broker have to pay you your commission?
Either 10.
5 days.
5 days.
10 days.
10 days or as soon as the check is cleared. Within 10 days or as soon as the check is cleared. And what does the broker have to give you within 30 days of your termination?
Oh, your commissions.
Not if it hasn't closed yet, because they got to get, if it closed, they got to give it to you within 10 days.
Counting.
So yeah, they got to give you accounting for any outstanding transactions that have not yet closed. That if they do close, how much you stem to make from them yet. Correct. And anytime that you advertise that you offer a rebate, what do you have to put in that advertisement?
Talk to a tax person?
To consult with your tax professional, correct. And who can we give rebates to?
Buyer only.
What
Buyers.
kind of buyer?
Residential
Residential.
buyer.
Residential.
Primary residential buyer. Okay, if we can't give rebates for second homes or vacation or investment properties, only for the primary residence that someone's gonna live in. All right, good enough. Good enough for now. Study, study, study. Page 84. All right, so we learned about the definition of real estate, land and real estate. And I think the last thing we have highlighted in the book was the corporeal, tangible, and incorporeal, intangible assets, right? Well, on page 85 there, at the top of the page, we have air rights too. We have air rights. Rights to the real estate are not ownership. You would only have a right. So owners to real estate also have rights to the land that they own. Those rights can be sold or leased independently of the real estate itself. You can own real estate and sell the air rights above your property or the subsurface rights below it. Or subsurface rights would be anything below the surface. Or you could sell specific mineral rights to somebody or lease them to somebody. Anybody ever see the show on TV, Alaskan Gold Rush? Or at least hear of it?
No.
Yeah.
These are guys that they go out. This is modern day guys going out to Alaska. And they're basically, they got the gold fever. They go out there, and a lot of them don't even own the property that they're digging on. They go and they try to track and trace where the vines of gold would be on people's properties. Because, you know, gold can be located by the glaciers, where the glaciers were, where they flowed across land through the ice ages. So they could use that to try to track where gold is on land today. So Alaska has a lot of that land there still out west. So they go and they lease a property owner's land. And then with an agreement that they're going to dig and try to find gold on it. And when they do find gold, they're going to have to split a portion of that profit from it with the landowner as well. But this is referred to as a mineral lease. So you can lease out your land to somebody for the purpose of trying to extract minerals from it, whether it's gold, silver, oil, or any other mineral, gas, or any other mineral that's out there, right? They call these mineral leases. All right, and similarly, when you're in city areas, right, congested areas where the space is limited, you got people living so close to each other. What are your options when the land is limited in order to build? You have to build up, right? But you could have air rights. Air rights are more and more increasingly important, especially in those city areas. Because let's give an example of what they use here in the book. Let's start off there, and then you could start to expand on it a little bit. So let's look at the slide. The right to use the air above the land may be sold or leased independently of the land beneath it, such as air rights over railroads to construct office buildings, like Grand Central Station in New York City. All right. And I got a side note there, which we spoke about yesterday. The FAA, the Federal Aviation Agency, has exclusive jurisdiction of all the airspace above 500 feet of the highest point of the property that is owned. That MetLife building, there's a MetLife building that was built above Grand Central Station. So that's not a great picture there, but here, what this picture symbolizes is, look, if this was, see this line right here? This line is the land, okay? We have one owner who owns the land, and they're in blue here. They put up a bunch of storefronts over here on the surface of the land. They own the land. Minus these small patches here where you see the green, these green columns, okay? Where they sold the air rights to somebody who built a building above their land. It's not on their land, it's above their land. But buildings don't float in air, so they had to sell also small patches of land where they could construct the building's foundational supports to hold the building up, right? So in congested areas, sometimes that's a thing. In one area like this, one area of land, you could have several owners. Like here, the subsurface rights where you have Grand Central Station, you have the train station that's owned by the city, and that's below the surface of the earth. You have the property owner, the landowner that owns the surface of the land and has their own buildings on it with storefronts there. And they sold the air rights to somebody else who constructed this huge office building above their stores. And it's supported by these foundational columns. So somebody who has air rights is going to be building a building like this. They need to have, they do own small pieces of land with the subsurface rights so that they could construct the foundational supports of that building. Let me give you a couple of pictorials here, show you a little bit better. Oop, oop. That's my pictures. Central Station. Oh, MetLife Building, here we go. So let me open up some pictures. Just give me 1 second.
So you said subsurface rights and mineral rights are the same thing?
Subsurface rights and mineral rights are commonly used to refer, mineral rights are specific for specific minerals. But they are also referred to sometimes as subsurface rights. If you gave them all the rights to everything below the ground, they have the rights to the minerals in that ground as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here is a picture of the MetLife building. It was formerly, when it was originally constructed, it was called the Pan Am building, Pan Am or Pan America. It used to be a major airline in the United States. They went out of business or they sold or whatever happened to them. But here's the entrance. Here's the building, the Grand Central Station. You go into that building, and then it actually goes beneath the MetLife building. It's now the MetLife building. Okay, it used to be Pan Am building. Now it's the MetLife building. So then there's the escalators that go down here and stairwells that go beneath here. And the train station is actually underneath this MetLife building. And I don't know if you can see, this is really small images here. This shows how big this building is. These are actually storefronts down here on the street level. So you got one person that owns the land over here, and then they lease the air rights above it. Here, let me give you some other pictures. Here's a cutaway when you just had that Grand Central Station there before the big MetLife building was. That MetLife building is sitting right over here. But you see here and here, these are two of the columns for where they're going to be building those foundational supports. And those escalators are going down here beneath it, and the train station's underneath this area. Here's another picture where they started doing the construction here. They already got some of the foundational supports, but they didn't build that high rise, which came to be the MetLife building today. Here's a picture of it today, the MetLife building. It's what it looks like, right? Here's the Grand Central Station with MetLife building behind it. All right. And here you can get a better idea. You can see the storefronts at the street level, right? See, here's when it used to be Pan Am or Pan American. I don't know if anybody recognizes the logo at all from back then. And you notice this, look at that, there's a helicopter there. You may be saying, wait a minute, you can land helicopters on the roofs in New York City? No, you cannot. You used to be able to. Pan American, this building was created by an airline for the purpose to be this was going to be their headquarters, but it was also going to be a central hub where business people in New York City, they can come and they could come to New York from wherever they're coming from by train. And that train is underneath the building. Then they could take the elevator to the roof. And if they needed to, hop on a helicopter, which could transport them anywhere they would like to go. Now, that sounds like it'd be a great idea, very convenient and all. But think about this for a second. This is New York City. What would happen if a helicopter crashed on that roof? What about all the people down below walking around in the busy city streets? Kind of a dangerous idea, but an afterthought, right? Here's the internal of the building there, where these escalators are going down to the railroads. There's another cutaway of that building. Just shows you the different ways that you can actually utilize when you have a certain area of space, how you can actually divvy it up and make it more productive. You could use it. Now this is a different building, but here's an interesting thing about air rights. You have two buildings connected here by a catwalk.
Mhm.
You can't just build over a city street, can you? That's someone else's property. So how do you figure that they built this? They must have bought or leased the air rights from the city, or they maybe owned all the land. They used to own this street in this area, and then they built this, and then they dedicated the land to become a street. What is dedication?
Oh, dedication is when you transfer it over. Oh shit! It's when you
Don't got to be that technical with the words. When you give land to the government for public use, like streets, schools, and parks. Okay. Here's the MetLife building from ground level again.
mhm.
I want to show you some, I think I got some other pictures of that. Huh, maybe I don't. All right, I thought I did. There's the reason why the MetLife building is you can't use it. The Pan American and MetLife building is no longer good on that roof. You can't use it as a heliport anymore because at some point there was a crash on the roof. And several people died. There was the interesting part about it was only one person on the ground died. One lady, a pregnant lady, got hit by falling debris, the bricks from the roof level, and killed her. But several people on the roof died from the crash, and one person, I think, inside the building, because the propeller of the helicopter's landing gear broke, and the helicopter flipped, and the propeller spun, broke off, and somehow it went around the building and smashed through the window and killed somebody as well. So that put a cease to all rooftop landings in New York City. You know, here, MetLife building crash. Yeah, you can see some of the pictures. There's actually a documentary in New York City about this MetLife building that you could get from the History Channel. Take a look. Here's a picture, not too great of a photo of the file, but you can see the helicopter on its side. You see, here's a better photo of it on its side. You can see the landing gear over here. Well, the landing gear on the other side like that. There was so many landings and takeoffs. It was so common that the landing gear snapped, the helicopter flipped, rotors were still spinning, and it created a problem, killed a few people. Yeah. Interesting little bit of history a lot of people aren't even aware of.
Wow.
Interesting, interesting. That would be, you could see how it could be very convenient though, right? A nice shuttle, a shuttle helicopter, you know, you get there, or you get the people from New York City, they could take the subway, or the cab or whatever, they get to the MetLife building, they get on the helicopter, and then they could conveniently be flown wherever, to the airport, instead of fighting through the traffic to get to JFK. Anybody ever go to JFK? The
Yeah.
airport?
Yes.
Mhm.
Not the most pleasant trip, is it?
No.
Right?
Oh, it's
But look,
not.
if you could take a shuttle helicopter to get there, boom, to bounce there, hell, I would do that from New Jersey. I'd take the train from New Jersey to the MetLife building and take a helicopter to the airport. It's a lot better than driving, right? So anyway, that's that. So little history lesson there. But it just shows you how you could occupy the same space. You could utilize an area, because a lot of times when people think about real estate, you either own it or you don't, right? They don't think about, well, yeah, you could have one person that owns the land, another person owns what's underneath it, or the rights to the minerals under the ground, or the airspace above it. We've seen, you know, I really got to look up pictures for this. It would be nice to be able to show you guys some pictures, but let me just do a little doodle for you instead, because you see this in New Jersey, New York. It's in the congested areas, in the city is where you see these things more. Let me open up one of these blank ones. Just blank. Yep. All right. So here's an example. You could have somebody who owns, oh well. It'd help if I plugged it in. There we go. All right. So in the city, we have seen like this. We've seen buildings like this. And then there's somebody builds a building next door, right? And that building next door gets built like this. Or they buy the property on both sides and they do something like this. All right, so what we have here, what do we have here? We have, here's building number 1. And all of this area here is building number 2. They built a building over a building. How do they do that? Well, they sold the air rights to all of this space above this building. All right, let me give you another example. How air rights could be valuable. Just clear that canvas real quick. All right. All right. So in places like New York City or Newark, or places where we're congested cities where we're limited on space of where we could build here. Space is at a premium, right? Here's your ground level. Cities can restrict how tall somebody can construct a building, you know, for safety purposes and such, okay? It would depend on the municipality, not the state. New York City is the same way, but they obviously have a lot of high rises there, right? Now, so they can restrict how tall that you can build a building. So they got a lot of high rises here in New York though, right? Now in New York City years ago, you had a developer that was up and coming, and he bought this, he helped somebody build a building there and negotiated with them the ability to put his name on it. Like him or hate him, he's a pretty smart guy. People did not know that Trump was a developer and he did not own Trump Tower when he built it. He built that building for somebody else and he did not own that tower. It was years later in his career where he came back and bought that building from the person who he built a relationship. He negotiated with him the ability to brand that building with his name on it because he was an up and coming developer. So why am I mentioning this? Well, back then, he did something very smart, but at the time, people thought the guy was a nut job because he went to all the property owners, all the building owners in the area and asked them if they were having any plans to build their structures any higher. And what he posed an option to them that he wanted to buy the air above their building. He wanted to buy the air rights above their buildings. Now people were like, wait a minute, we're not going to be selling you the air rights and you can't build on top of our building. And he was like, no, I don't want to. I just want to buy the air above it. And people are like, what? This guy's either crazy or he's got more money than he knows what to do with. Some people were speculating, well, you know what? He probably just doesn't want people to obscure his penthouse views and build up higher. He's just probably just vain like that. And he was like, think what you want. So he went to all these neighboring properties and bought the air rights. They actually sold it to him, air rights above their buildings. You know, said you can't build anything at the top of our building. He's like, that's fine. I just want to buy the air above it. This became a big story back then. And so why did he do that? Why did he go and buy the air rights? Well, New York City's kind of unique when it comes to air rights. Remember, he's a developer. That wasn't going to be the only building that he built. New York City has regulations that they may give you permission only to build a building so high. But if you own the air rights to another building, you may be able to transfer them to this building so that you could build it that much higher. Oh,
Wow.
now did those air rights have value to them? Yeah, I would say if you could build a building even higher and earn more income out of all the sales from all that additional space that you could lease out, that would have a significant value to it. In the meantime, people were like, this guy's a nut job. He wants to buy the air above our building. Crazy. Maybe crazy like a fox, you know? I mean, how come people weren't doing that before? You know, it takes a little bit of ingenuity, you know, but it's not rocket science exactly. You know, how come nobody else ever thought of doing that? So now this is a niche thing now in New York. People actually specialize in this. Actually, there's only one or two people. There's not a lot of people that know the details because there's a lot of regulation with air rights and transferring them from building to building and all that. But that is a huge market now in real estate, just in New York City itself. Okay. Now, keep in mind, this is specific to the city, not the whole state. This is just how the air rights work in New York City. So from city to city, state to state, that would make a difference in how these air rights are used. You got to know what your local regulations are. Apparently, he did a lot of research on it first, found out that you could do this and said, screw it, I'm going to do it. People thought he was crazy and boom. Now it's a whole industry on its own there in New York City. So my whole thing here, it wasn't about this guy, okay? It was about the air rights and giving you real examples of things that have happened, okay? So let's clear that off. So do air rights have value to them? Absolutely. What about those mineral rights? I mean, if you could build a train station or build something underneath someone else's property, right? Or to have the mineral rights to the gold that's under it. You know, if I sell you my land and sell somebody else or keep the mineral rights to what's in it. Let me go back to that, show you one more example. I actually had a girl in one of my classes that did this. She moved from Texas to New Jersey. She sold her land, okay? So she had a house on it. She sold her land, you know, large piece of land. Obviously, she wasn't in the city. Now, she sold the land, and she said that it's common in Texas. What they do is people sell it, and what they do is they retain the subsurface rights to everything that's under the ground. So she kept the rights to everything, to the mineral rights under the ground. Now, she didn't own the real estate no more. She sold her real estate, but she retained the mineral rights. And in their contract, there's another stipulation that would allow her to get somebody to put up one of those oil rigs, right? That they can drill in the ground trying to find the black gold, oil. So she doesn't own the property no more, and she's not doing it. She didn't set up this oil rig to drill in the ground here. She partnered with an oil company. An oil company did the exploration, figured out where to drill. They drilled in the ground, and she said they found oil.
Wow.
But she didn't hit the mother lode. Otherwise, she wouldn't be taking a real estate class here. She said they didn't hit the mother lode, but she's making enough. She's getting a check every month from that oil company, from the oil that they're getting out of the ground. That's enough to pay her and her mother's mortgage. Not a bad deal for a property you don't even own. So do subsurface rights, mineral rights, air rights have value to them? Absolutely, they can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. As I showed you in these many examples here, they absolutely can. I just want to give you these stories to expand your mind from the regular thinking that you either own the real estate or you don't, because that's what we're used to. You own a house here, you sell the house, you don't have rights to the land no more. You don't have rights to anything, right? You could. You could. So if I sell my property, and somebody else buys the property and they got the house here on it now, but I have the mineral rights underneath it, could that affect the value to this guy's property if he goes to sell it to someone else? Guys, if I have this property and I sold it to this guy right here that owns it now, but I retained the mineral rights like this lady did with the oil in the ground. She retained the mineral rights. If he goes to sell it to somebody else now, does me having the mineral rights underneath the property affect the value of his property that he's selling?
No, because it's above ground.
Okay, well, pretend for a second that that you were the buyer.
Yeah, I would actually want everything from on top and underground.
So it could affect the value,
Good.
and it could affect the desirability when somebody else has rights to the property that you want to buy. So you just answered your own question there, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it can affect the value, and desirability and sellability of the property if somebody else has rights to it. And look at that. You can buy real estate that your rights are already limited in it. Look, remember I told you the example that perhaps Shell gas station can sell a property, and they could sell their property that they no longer need for whatever reason. And they often put a restriction in the ownership that says that the property cannot be used as a gas station again. And now you get the next guy that comes in and he buys that property wanting, he's like, all right, whatever, I'm going to use it as an auto shop anyway. I don't need it as a gas station. So he owned it for years. He retired, and now he sold the property to somebody else. That next person knows that they have a restriction in the deed that they can't be used for a gas station either. But now they figure, you know what? That was so long ago, out of sight, out of mind. I'm going to open up a gas station there. If he does that and Shell finds out about it, they can take that owner to court, sue them, and require that they turn the ownership of the real estate back over to Shell because they violated the terms of the sale. They knew that they couldn't have a gas station there. That's what we call a restrictive covenant. A covenant is a legal promise, and this so happens to be a restrictive legal promise. It restricts how you could use the land that you own. But you agreed to it at the time that you bought the property. If you didn't want to agree to that, then you shouldn't have bought the property, because whoever bought the property had to agree to it, because it was already a restriction that was in the deed. And then that seller had no choice of selling it with that restriction or not. Okay. It was already baked into the deed. So once a restriction is added to the deed, it runs with the land, and all future owners are bound by those restrictions. Unless there was an expiration date put on the restriction, that restriction is only good for 20 years, for example. Everybody with me?
Yes.
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 Or maybe I
Yeah.
maybe I owned a large piece of land. How about this one? Maybe I owned a large piece of land, and I own acres and acres of land. Okay, acres and acres of land, and my house is way over here, and I'm going to sell all this acres and acres of land that I have. And look, there's even a lake on the property over here. Okay. Now I'm going to sell this property, but we always had a campsite over here for the kids, where the kids always had their little bonfires going at night, the camp stories and stuff, they had all their little huts over here. It's a campsite, a kids camp, right? So on this side of the property, we always had that camp for the kids by the lake. So I'm going to sell this property, and I'm going to add a restriction to the deed that this campsite has to remain. It cannot be removed. It always has to be an active campsite. So I'm going to sell it, and whoever I sell this property to, they cannot tear this down and put up mansions on the lakefront property here. That this always has to remain a campsite. I don't want them removing this, selling this big, large lot. If they want to, they can put their mansions here, but I want this campsite to remain. They can't tear it down so that they could put up lakefront properties that they then sell. And if they agreed to that stipulation in the sale, it would be added into the deed. And then all future owners of that property are bound by that too. They cannot build homes on the lake there. They have to keep this active campsite going.
That would be forever?
Huh?
That would be forever?
Unless I put an expiration in there that it's only good for the next 50 years, But if I don't do that, then yeah, it's forever, and all future owners are bound by it, unless the restriction that I put in there is illegal in some way. Like if I tell people that you can't sell this property to a person of color, right? That's an illegal restriction. However, is there anything illegal about having a campsite? No. So that would be a forever restriction, unless at some point in time in the future, it's illegal to have a campsite, that would be in perpetuity. Anytime you sell that property to someone else and they sell to someone else, we call that running with the land. That restriction runs with the land. And so future owners are bound by that restriction. And if they violate it, and I find out about it in the future that they tore down that campsite and they built all these mansions over here, or if I'm dead and my heirs to the property, well, you know what? I sold this property. I haven't owned it for ages, but my heirs, when you die, your heirs inherit anything of value that you have. And even though I don't own this real estate no more, I don't own any of this real estate no more, do rights have value? Do rights have value? Do you value your rights?
Yes.
Does this right have value, that if somebody violated the terms of this and they built up all these mansions here, that the property can revert back to me? Is that valuable? Absolutely. So any of my heirs would be able to take this new owner of this land to court and compel them to turn the ownership back over to my heirs then? If they violated the terms of the sale and got rid of that campsite. Things that make you go, all right. So, so we went over air rights, mineral rights, subsurface rights. Now we're going to go over water rights. Let me apologize in advance. These are on both school and state exam, and you do need to know all these terms, which I have on this slide in front of you. I have graciously created this nice study sheet on this slide, which perfectly buttons up all the terms that you need to know pertaining to water rights on the exam. I know you didn't take this class to start learning about science, geology here, but hey, it's part of real estate. You need to know it, at least this part. So when we talk about water rights, we are not talking about your rights to use the water, okay? Water is a precious resource. We all need it to survive, okay? You can't buy and own the water. You have the right to use the water, you know? Now, any use of that water, diversion, putting up dams or anything like that, that stuff is regulated by the environmental agencies, the EPA or the New Jersey DEP, Department of Environmental Protection. So what we're learning about here when I say water rights is when you own land that's next to water or has water on it or running across it, what exactly does the property owner own? So let's start off with this.
Littoral rights.
Littoral. Yep, littoral property rights. If you have littoral property rights, it's not littoral water rights, it's littoral property rights, because it's about the property, not the water. It's just if the water is bordering it or on the property. So if you have littoral property rights, littoral begins with an L, so do lakes and large bodies of water like the ocean, right? That are navigable. The key word here is navigable waters. Navigable waters means commercial shipping can go through it. You know, the super freighters, the tankers, you know, not your little fishing boat or weekend, you know, wave riders or what have you, right? It's navigable waters. Commercial shipping can go through it. And these waters are usually controlled by the tides. So if you have littoral property right, littoral property rights, when you own land that borders navigable waters that are usually controlled by the tides. Okay, so now that we know how to identify a property with littoral rights, what does it make a difference? Well, now we could figure out what exactly do you own? You only own the land up to the mean high tide watermark. Mean is the average. The average, when you don't take into consideration the outliers. We know that there's sometimes storms where the water levels rise for the storm, but that's only temporary and it comes back down. So if you don't count in, if you discard those outliers and you take the average of the high tide, that is the high water mark. All right, so let's show you a little picture here. So you guys have been before. Here, I'm going to try to do a diagram here for you, give you an example along the ocean, right? So if you have, here's the line, here's the ocean is over here. This is all water here, okay? Here's all the water. This is all water, okay? And here's where the land is, where the sand is on the beach, right? And then you've got a house over here. What does this property owner own? Well, they only own this land up to the high water mark. You guys ever walk on the sand along the beach and you could see on low tide that the water at one point came up to here? You see the stain in the sand where the water came up to?
Yes.
Is that what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
That's the high water mark right there. So this landowner will only own the land up to that high water mark. They will not own past this. Okay? So this area of the beach is public land. They only own up to the mean high water mark. All right? So when you have littoral property rights, what do you own? You only own up to the mean high water mark. All right. So we have littoral property rights or riparian. You have one or the other if you're dealing with water. Riparian property rights, riparian begins with a R, like rivers and flowing streams. Don't think like raging Mississippi River, because that thing is unique, because commercial shipping goes through it. That's like a mix between littoral and riparian rights. But just think of like little babbling brooks and flowing streams, you know, when you're thinking about riparian property rights. The key to riparian property rights are these are non-navigable waters, meaning that commercial shipping cannot go through them. So the property owner can own the ground under the water. All right, so you can own the land under the water because the stream is running across your land, or you have a pond sitting on your land, or have a lake on your property, right? So it's on your property. That means that you own the land under it, right? So, I mean, you could have your property. Here's your property. And can you have a lake on your property or a pond on your property?
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But it's sitting on your property,
Right.
right? Now let's just say this isn't a lake. Let's say that this is a stream, okay? And you have one property here where one guy has a house and another property here where another guy has a house, and there's a stream separating them. So the property line is somewhere here in between. If you have two properties that are separated by the stream, the center of the stream becomes the property line. So each property owner owns the land up to the center of the stream. Now, if that stream were to change its course, if that stream were to suddenly change its course, this is called avulsion, the property line would not move. It would remain where it always was. So what do we call it when a stream suddenly changes its course? Avulsion. Okay. Avulsion is the sudden change of a course of a stream. It's not a gradual change. All right. Avulsion is the sudden change of a course of a stream. And it usually ends up tearing away land from one party's property and depositing it on another's. Did that person lose that land? No, they didn't. So the land would remain where it always was, and that property owner can rebuild that land too. Some other examples of avulsion would be if you have a sudden change of a course of a stream, or the ripping and tearing away of land by the water. That is sudden. So that property owner would be able to rebuild that land, put that land back, and they wouldn't lose property. But what the definition you need to know for exams is avulsion is the sudden change of a course of a stream. Technically, that's not the be-all, end-all complete definition. You know, it's the ripping or tearing away of land, but it pulls land from one side and makes the deposit of it on another. That other property doesn't gain any new land. It's just the property owner is allowed to rebuild it and put it back where it was because it was sudden change. Now, the gradual wearing away of land by the wind or water is called erosion. We may be familiar with this term, right? Erosion is done by wind, water, rust, right? By natural forces. It's the gradual wearing away of land. And we know beaches erode, right? How do beaches erode? Wind and the water. A lot of times the water, if we get storms and stuff, the beaches get hammered and a lot of the sand gets pulled out, and maybe sometimes the municipalities have to build the beaches back up again, right? Because they eroded. You see a lot of times in New Jersey, we have these artificial these artificial things built up to try to save our beaches, which you don't really see them in other states. Let me show you. When you go to the shore, or if anybody's ever been boating in New Jersey, here is the land. All right. And then the water is out here. This is the ocean out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, you know, the waves keep pounding at the beach and it wears away at the beach.
Yeah, we have these things called levees down here in Cumberland County.
Exactly. So what they do is sometimes they got them artificial with giant boulders and rocks, right? They build these things that come out this way, right? And it kind of like breaks up those waves, so they're not as they won't wear away the beach as much, because it doesn't allow the water to rip away at the land as much. However, they create their own problems too, because they create undertows and riptides that drown people every year, you know, because it screws with the flow of the water. And that creates its own problem underneath the water. Those areas are kind of rough with the water too. If you ever see sometimes where maybe this is a water passageway and boats are coming through here to go out to the ocean, you know, these are some real rough areas sometimes. All right, so avulsion is a sudden change of the course of a stream. Erosion is the gradual wearing away by wind and water. If it's possible for nature to wear away land, is it also possible for nature to deposit additional soil? It is. Sometimes the water will actually deposit additional soil. Sometimes when we have, here, you can look at some extremes. If you want to look at it at an extreme, look, we had some of these hurricanes that we've had that were really bad, that destroyed a lot of beachfront properties. They actually deposited a lot of sand. The water deposited it in buried houses and cars in sand. You guys remember that, like with Sandy, I think, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
So it deposited a lot of, it didn't just pull down everything and pull it into the ocean. Sometimes it deposits sand and buries cars. I don't know if I could find something. Let me see if I can find a picture of creation. See if we can find a couple pictures. Oh, nope, that ain't it. How am I looking at space here? Let's see. Creation.
Breezy Point.
Coast.
Yeah, get down. There.
New Jersey. I want to find some pictures here for you. Well, one thing, here's an example of those, what I was talking about. We have these breaks like that
yeah.
that go into the water. But let me see, I'm trying to find some examples of the accretion, not exactly in a positive way too, where the sand actually came up, the water deposited additional sand and buried cars and such during Sandy. Here you could see an example where they're trying to, of erosion, and they're trying to build the beach back up. Let's see. Here's some examples of the homes getting affected, but that's not exactly the accretion. There are pictures somewhere here where there's sand that actually buried the houses and buried cars. It's not always a positive thing, but you could gain additional land by the ocean depositing additional soil. Yeah, I can't find any pictures of it right now. I don't know why they're not coming up, but that's all right. Whatever. So accretion is the depositing. It's the process. It's the process. Accretion is the opposite of erosion. It is the process. It is the action of the water gradually increasing the land by depositing solid material like sand, rock, dirt, the soil, right? So accretion is the opposite of erosion. Erosion is the wearing away of land. Accretion is depositing of additional soil. Now that solid material, that soil that's been deposited, the rock, sand, soil, that's referred to as alluvion. So what do you call the solid material deposited by the process, by water, through the process of accretion? It's alluvion.
Alluvium.
So alluvion is the solid material deposited by the water through the process of accretion. It's that sand, rock, and dirt. Now, just so far with the words that we've learned a couple of A words here: avulsion, accretion, alluvion, just in the water rights. There's more A words we're going to learn in this class, but you know, if they give you multiple choice on an exam and you see these words next to each other, look at these two, avulsion and alluvion. Put them next to each other, they almost look alike.
They look
Both got
similar.
A's, V, U, I, O, N's in them, right?
Mhm.
Well, remember, avulsion is the sudden change of a course of a stream. Avulsion has an S in it, and sudden change, you know, has an S.
Yeah.
Or you could remember it this way. Alluvion, the difference between avulsion and alluvion. Avulsion is a sudden change of a course of a stream. Alluvion is the solid material, that dirt, rock, sand that's deposited by the water. Alluvion has two L's in it. Avulsion only has one. The one that has two L's in it, well, you gain an L, you gain some dirt. Yeah. That's all I got. That's, hopefully that works. You know, the one with two L's is the one where you gain the dirt. There's a way to try to remember it if they give it to you and you see these words next to each other in a multiple choice. The one where you got the extra L is the one where you gain the extra dirt. Okay, gain an L, gain some dirt. Okay, hopefully that works to help you remember. All right, and then lastly, we have reliction. Reliction is a permanent receding of the tides. I know nothing is permanent, but as far as our lifetimes go, it probably would. Reliction is a permanent receding. What is receding? It's when the water pulls away from the land, like when we have low tide, the water goes out. That's when we see the stain in the sand, right? What would happen if the tide went out and it never came back? I mean, we always hear about, oh, the ocean levels are rising, all right? What these people fail to tell you is that, yeah, they're rising in one area of the earth. In other areas, they're receding, they're dropping, okay? The earth is not a perfectly round globe. It's not flat, but it's not a perfectly round globe. It has its high points and low points, right? So we do have areas where the water permanently recedes from the land and does not come back. I'm going to give you a perfect example about 30 miles away from us here, the Meadowlands. At one point, before I was ever born, the Meadowlands used to all be underwater. But I'm sure this happened hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. The Meadowlands all used to be underwater, but the water receded from the land and never came back in. So today we actually have usable land there where we have stadiums and airports and highways and we got the turnpike and parkway over there. That's all because of reliction, where the tide went out and did not come back. The sea levels did not rise. They receded. There's a perfect example of that, the Meadowlands, okay? So reliction is a permanent receding of the tides. Now, like I said, I know. Can those waters come back? Yeah, maybe thousands of years from now they will come back. Okay, but for thousands of years now, the Meadowlands has the water receded, and we now have usable property. Now I don't know if it was hundreds of years or thousands of years when that happened, but it was before I was born. That's all that matters. So in the lifetime, as far as the lifetimes go, reliction is permanent. You got me?
Yes.
All right. So these are the water terms that unfortunately you need to study and know, because you absolutely will get them on both exams, school and state exam. You need to know littoral and riparian. How do you identify littoral property rights? It's when you own land that borders navigable waters, right? Like the ocean, right? But does it have to be the ocean? No, not necessarily. Look, if you live in Michigan area, right? You got the Great Lakes over there. The Great Lakes, they have they're great because they're so big. They have their own storm systems, their own weather systems, a lake that has its own weather system. They have commercial shipping that goes through them. So those are littoral property rights. If you own land that borders the Great Lakes, you probably have littoral property rights. All right. So what do you own? You own the land up to the mean high water mark. All right. And if you have riparian property rights, you could actually own the land under the water, right? And if two properties are separated by a stream, what do you own? If you have two adjoining properties that are separated by a stream,
Up to the center of the stream.
Up to the center of the.
your property line is the center of the stream, correct? Now, if that stream were to change its course, called a avulsion, what do you? Does the property line change?
It doesn't change. It
It
doesn't.
does not change. It remains constant. But what do you call it when a stream suddenly changes its course? Which it does happen. Streams are like this, right? If you don't believe me that they don't change, just look at the. Have you ever gone to Las Vegas or out west and flew over the Grand Canyon?
Ocean.
Those streams are going like this. They're not straight, right? They're going all like that. So that's avulsion, correct? And the wearing away of land by the wind or water, erosion, and the opposite of erosion, accretion.
Does
I don't know.
Does your property line change with erosion?
It can. It
'Cause
can.
It doesn't change with avulsion, so does it change with erosion?
Yes, it can. If the beach wears away, Mother Nature took your land away. You can't blame anybody else except for Mother Nature for taking the land away, right? The wind or the water did. Now, if it's on a beach, usually municipalities try to build the beaches back up, because if you don't, as time goes on, storms will keep wearing away the land more and more and more. And now flooding, when we have storms, will go deeper inland. This is why a lot of times on the beaches, we have these restoration programs, these beach restoration programs, why we build sand dunes. Sand dunes, a lot of times they're not naturally forming. A lot of the sand dunes we have are man-made, or levees that we put in place that try to prevent the water when we have storms from coming deep inland. They hit the levee, and then, hopefully the levee is strong enough to hold it in place until the water recedes again. But sometimes we get battered by terrible storms that keep pushing the water in, and then the levees break. And when the levees break, you have no place to go, like the song goes, right? We've seen this in down in Louisiana, right? What was that storm called? I forget. But either way, another storm, where that whole area got flooded years ago. Remember that? Was that Katrina? Hurricane Katrina. And all the levees broke. The government had to send in the Army Corps of Engineers again to try to redo the levees. They brought in a lot of those giant boulders and rocks and dirt and built them up again, wider and bigger, and hopefully they could withstand higher water and more pressure and not break away. Right? These are artificial dams that are meant to be temporary. Right? Hopefully they'll last long enough and hold off Mother Nature, because we choose to live in these areas that are beautiful, that are close to the ocean, but are also dangerous. Because when we have storms and things like that, you know, we often choose to live in the most dangerous areas, you know, by volcanoes, by cliffs on the beach. You know, these are areas where the ground will cave in, where the water will hammer us during the storms, where volcanoes explode. You know, we want to live. I mean, the earth is a hostile environment, right? I mean, we just got to make our best to do on it. Even if you live inland in the country, you know, if you don't have storms from the coast, they got twisters and things like that, right? So we got to deal with Mother Nature. Earth is a hostile environment. We just do our best to try to survive it. But a lot of times we choose the most hostile areas to live in, because they're usually the comfortable and beautiful, and we get to enjoy them. All right. So here's all your water rights words, guys. Study the hell out of them. Can I move on?
Yep.
All right. So as far as the book goes, the definitions are not that great in the book. I would say, you know, study this slide for water rights.
Okay.
Okay. This slide is great for all your water rights to study from. Tells you everything you need to study.
Wait, I have 5 here. Oh, shit.
Well, you guys have, don't forget, you have access. You can take a picture of this if you want, but you have access to the slides too. Remember, here, let me switch the screen for a second. I'll go right back. On the, in your Google shared drive, the shared drive link that I sent you guys, remember, even though I sent you slides for the 14th edition book, we're not using those. I highly customized the slides from the 13th edition to match what's in the 14th edition, okay? But in this 14th edition one, we have the 14th edition slides, which I did not customize, and they have quizzes in here that are different than the chapter quizzes at the end. We have, what else? In the slideshows that we use, these are the ones that I do use. You see they're from 13th edition book, but they're updated for the 14th edition. These are the ones that I'm using. And we also have that class links Word document in there that I often update all those links and resources for. That's where you could find it. Why the hell did I come here? What was I showing you? That's where I'm getting.
14th edition.
Huh?
The 14th edition is what you were showing.
Yeah, why did I show you that? Okay, all the water rights. Because I want to talk about the water rights. Yeah, you could get the slides in here, and here's where all the slides are that I'm using. So you could look at these and print out the ones, you know, you don't need to print out all these slides or even print them out. You could just copy the ones or copy the notes over from the ones that, from the slides like this slide, which teaches you about the water rights. So it's like a note supplement. If you're not taking your own notes right now or snapping pictures of these slides, you could actually get the slideshows. I'm making them available to you, is my point. Okay. You're welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
All right. Turn to page 86. Page 85 has littoral and riparian there. If you want to just highlight the word, there's no like just a one-line definition to highlight like I have here, but just highlight on page 85, littoral rights and riparian rights, underwater rights. Just highlight those words so that they at least stand out to you. And then turn to page 86. And on page 86, in the second paragraph, we're going to highlight the second sentence. If the stream were to suddenly change its course, it's a process known as avulsion. The property line would not move, but would remain where it had been. And then in the next line, you're going to highlight accretion is the increase of land caused by the gradual depositing of solid material called alluvion. On that same line, a little bit further down, highlight the opposite of erosion. So this way, if you were just to read, what's highlighted, you're reading accretion is the increase of land caused by the gradual depositing of solid material called alluvion, the opposite of erosion. Okay. And then lastly, reliction. Highlights reliction is the, whatever it says there, the gradual withdrawal of water from the land by the lowering of its surface level. Highlight that, and I want you to delete, I want you to scribble out some words there. I want you to scribble out, what the hell does that say? Creation of dry land by the, cross out those words. Creation of dry land by the, because I don't want you getting confused studying that. Reliction is not creating any new land. It's just making it dry because the water level is going out and it's not coming back. So therefore you have more usable land. But that land was always there. It's not creating any new land. That land was just underwater, right? So I don't want you to get confused by the definition that they give here, because they do ask a question on the exams about, you know, creation of additional land by the water. That would be accretion, right? Not reliction. Reliction, that land was always there. It's just making more usable dry land. Make sense? That's on page 86. So at the end of that sentence, I would even write, which I do have written on mine. Let me see. Exposing land, not creating it. A permanent receding of the tide. So exposing land, not creating it. If you're going to write it at the end of that sentence after reliction, exposing land, not creating it. A permanent receding of the tide. Page 86. Okay.
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 All right. Now we're past those water rights. All right. Well, here I just have another picture of it. If the stream suddenly changed its course. Whatever. Frontage. What is frontage? Frontage. Well, frontage is the width of the front of your property. So let me clear off this canvas. So if you have a property here, here's the street, bum, 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 bum. The street is over here. And here is all the properties, okay? You have a house, you have one property here, another property here. Here's their house, right? Frontage is the width of the front of your lot. Sometimes if this is 50 feet wide, as an example, it's said that you have 50 front feet. That is your frontage, right? So 50 front feet or frontage, that's your frontage. Front feet, frontage, two different ways of saying it depending on how you're using it in a sentence, right? So how much frontage do you have? Well, I have 50 front feet. You guys understand the terminology now?
Yep.
All right. So that is your frontage. Now, what if you own a property that is waterfront property? Did you guys ever hear that term? Somebody ever say, yeah, it's a waterfront property?
Yes.
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 All right. So if you have a waterfront property, that means, for example, you're on a lake or an ocean or what have you. Say that you have a stream going like this. you would measure from here to here. That's how much, on a waterfront property, you don't, the more valuable side of the property is on the water side, right? So you're going to measure the frontage by how much land you have that's touching the water. Frontage is measured differently on waterfront property. It's usually the back of your lot, right? The side of the lot that's more valuable. That's the side that's facing the water is the more valuable side of the lot. So frontage on waterfront properties, it's kind of self-explanatory with the term waterfront, right? Right?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okie dokie. All right, so let me just go over this picture a little bit more again. We can make it another little change to this. Oh, here. I don't need to make changes. I can just get my pen up again. All right, let's say we got another house over here, right? So frontage is the width of the front of the lot. A lot of times that you'll have a lot size. Yeah, you know what? Let me clear this off. So let's just say, once again, here we have the street, and here's a city block, and we got a couple of properties here, right? Here's those properties. Okay. If I say that this lot is 50 foot by 100 foot, okay, 50 foot by 100 foot, what does that mean? Well, the first number here is the frontage, is always the frontage. That's how wide the front of the lot is. And the following number, if I only have two numbers, that means that this lot is a rectangle. All right. That means that it's 50 feet wide by 100 feet deep. And we know how a rectangle goes, right? If it's 50 feet in the front, how wide is it in the back? It's 50. And if it's 100 foot deep, then it's 100 foot deep on this side too. If you have a lot that's shaped like this, we call that a flag lot. Kind of looks like a flag, like they got those used car dealerships, right? And a measurement of this lot would read something like 50, actually not for this lot. Yeah, this lot could give you the measurement of one of the sides, and then it'll say times IRR, meaning it's an irregular shape. Here, I mean, lots can have a lot of different shapes to them. You could have lots that are shaped like this, right? They got a lot of corners. They're not just rectangle lots, right? You could have lots that have a lot of angles to them, a lot of corners. Or you could have a lot that's not perfect rectangle. One side's longer than the other. If that's the case, that'll be like 50 by 100 by 120 by 160 maybe. Okay. Now it's doing a measurement all the way around, right? But if it's equal on both sides, you don't need that. All you got to do is like 50 by 100, right? It's a lot easier.
Yes.
Okay. You know, chapter 21 will tell you, or chapter 22, I think, is one that's just about math that we're not going to sit there and just do. But if you have a lot like this, and you know they wanted you to, I don't think they're giving you questions like this anymore in exams. They used to, about figuring out what's the total square footage of this lot. If they tell you the size of this lot, this is 50 by 100 by 120 by 160. And if they ask you to figure out what the total square footage is of this lot, you guys know how to figure that out?
No.
Okay. Well, this is part of the old math class from high school. Remember, you just pretend that this was a perfect rectangle. How do we figure that out? Well, if it's 160 feet and it's 100 feet on this side, how long is this? That's gonna be 60, right? In order to make this equal to that side, right? We're
Yep.
gonna try to make it perfect, right? So this area here is 60 feet, right?
So it's 50 times 60 divided by 2.
Yep, and on this side, it'll be, well, if this is 50, then this is 50, right? And if this is 60, now this area here for this box, this square is 60 by 50, right? So you do 50 times 60 and then divide it in half, and then you have the area for this space right in here. And then just add it to 50 by 100, which is this area, right? And then you have your total square footage. Not that they're going to give that to you on exams. They used to. I don't think they're going to do that anymore. But they may give you a question like this on exam. If you have a 2.5 acre lot and there's 200 foot of frontage, how deep is the lot? Anybody remember how many feet in an acre?
Yes.
Yes,
Left to
43,
right,
560.
right. So 3, 4.
Wow, you guys remember that pretty good. How do you remember that? Well, you put that comma and you count to 6, starting with 3. To the left, to the left, to the right, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, and throw a 0 on there for good luck. So all I got to do now is 43,560, 43,560 times
Times 2.
2.5 times 2.5, and there's 108,900 square feet on this 2.5 acre lot. And they told you that's 200 feet wide. So if you want to find out the depth, all you got to do is divide it by 200 and it'll give you the length.
544.5.
Right, 544.5, right? That was easy enough, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, let's get back to something else here. Here, let's use this lot here. Let me show some more terminology here. If this is your property here, you got your house. If you wanted to build a house on a lot, would they allow you to build the house right on the property line? Right on the curb? Or does the house have to be set
No.
back?
Has to be
It has to
separate.
be set back.
All right, so what do you call the distance from the property's boundaries to where any structure can be built?
Oh.
Called a setback,
Setback.
Setback.
right? Look at that.
Self-explanatory.
There you go. What do you call the distance from any property line, any street, curb, property line that any structure can be built? It's a setback. Now, most municipalities have a deeper setback for where a house can be built from the property line than they do from where a shed can be. Look, I want to build a new shed. I want to tear down my shed and build a new shed here, right? So one thing I know of in my town right now, I have my shed too close to the property line right now. So I want to build a new shed. I know in my town, they require that this setback now, it has to be further away from the property line. In my town, they require a 6-foot setback from the rear and the side of the lot. This needs to be at least 6 feet setback.
They also have height ordinances for sheds.
Well, you have to check with your municipality and see, maybe they also require anchor ordinances, depending on the size of the shed and the material that's being used to build it. Is it a temporary? Is it permanent? Are you putting it on a foundation, or are you just putting up a shed? Some municipalities, if it's a small shed under a certain size, they require you to have certain kind of anchors so that the wind doesn't knock it over. Yeah. You gotta check out what your local zoning ordinances are, because that would be zoning that would dictate what can be built there. Oh, by the way, let me give you another thing. So let's say this is my property. All right, here's my building. I built a shed. I've got a garage here. Let's say I want to put a deck on, and now I want to put a pool in the yard. Municipalities sometimes may tell you, no, you can't build this, or it has to be smaller, or what have you. Where are they getting that info? Why are they busting your chops like that? You got to have a smaller deck. Where are they coming up with this? Well, a lot of times they have a total area coverage. Okay, where the area of the lot cannot be more than 30 to 35% as an example only. Okay, so if that municipality has a coverage area of say 35%, that means that this total area of your land cannot be covered with structures and paving of more than 35%. Why do they do that? Well, they do that because if all your neighbors are building up all over their land, they're covering up a lot of the dirt, aren't they, with all these structures? When it rains, where's the water going to go? You got to think about the runoff. That's going to now overburden the sewer system with all the drainage, because the ground can't soak it up, because the whole ground is covered in pavement and buildings. Right? So this is why your municipalities have these zoning ordinances that dictate things like this: the total area of coverage, the setbacks, side, rear setbacks. You have to have so wide of a lot, so deep of a lot, or so much area in order to build the structure, period. You know, you may not be able to build a house on a lot because it's not big enough, right? All right, let me clear off this slide now. Gave my points for a lot of new terminology there for you, throwing that in too, by the way. So we go back to the slideshow, and we got frontage, front feet, and a frontage on a waterfront property. Now we know what that is. All right, and I gave you those. I made drawings, but I have these drawings also built here into this slide. Apparently I made some. Real property versus personal property, or personalty, okay? Page 87, personal property or personalty. I never heard anybody ever use the term personalty in my life, but that's a term used to describe personal property, apparently. Personal property or personalty. On the next line, it says, while real estate's fixed and immovable, personal property is movable. I want you to highlight tangible personal property is called chattel or chattels. Nope, we're on chapter 5. We're on page 87. Chattel or chattels. Okay, that is tangible personal property. Don't get lazy. And if I ask you what chattel is, don't say personal property. That's wrong. Can you have intangible personal property? Can you have intangible personal property?
Yes.
Yes, you can. So chattel, don't just say it's personal property, because that's incorrect. Chattel or chattels is tangible personal property. It's very specific. Okay. That would be something that you could touch or feel. That's tangible, right? And if something that's personal, so that would be like your bed, your clothes, your washer and dryer, or the refrigerator, your dressers, you know, your stereo, you know, your tangible personal property. Okay.
My beers.
What's that?
Nothing.
Okay. So the next paragraph underneath the pictures here, it says the distinction between personal property and real property is of great importance to the real estate practitioner. The reason being is the methods of transfer of ownership differ from the two. I want you to highlight real property ownership is transferred by deed, while personal property is transferred by bill of sale. Okay. So now it's possible to change an item that is part of the real estate to personal property. An example is a tree. A tree is part of the land. It's part of the real estate, right? It's permanently there. But if you cut the tree down, severing it from the earth, it becomes personal property. Now you could sell it like a Christmas tree, for example, right? So that's a process known as severance. You don't need to study that though. Now the opposite is also true. You could go to Home Depot or Lowe's and buy a bag of cement. What kind of property is that bag of cement?
Well, it's tangible.
It's personal, tangible, because you could touch it, but it's also personal property, right? But what if I take that bag of cement home, I mix it up with water and I pour it in a form and it becomes a step or a part of the sidewalk? Now it's part of the real estate.
It becomes intangible.
All right. Well, it's still tangible. You can touch it. It's part of the real estate though.
I mean,
But it's real
You're converting it from personal property to real property. Okay, this is what we're examining right now. Look, you could go to the store and buy a chandelier. What kind of property is that chandelier?
personal.
It's personal. But once you hook it up and wire it up and chain it up to the house, bolt it up, now it's part of the real estate. Same things with like the toilet, the sink, the cabinets, right? It's all personal property. But once you fix it, you permanently fix it to the property, it becomes a fixture.
How does it
Fixture.
work? How
So
does
what
that
is a fixture? A
How does it work with TV?
fixture is an
Permanent.
item that was once personal property that's affixed permanently to the property in such a way that it makes it part of the real estate. So a fixture is an article that was once personal property that's now part of the real estate.
How does that differ from a TV if you put it on the wall?
Well, it's also what we didn't get to yet is what makes a fixture. It's not just how you, well, it's part of it. How you attach the article to the real estate and the intention of the party at the time that they attach it and the method of attaching it, right? So let's just say that you attach a TV to the wall. How are you going to attach the TV to the wall?
You mount it.
You're going to mount it to some sort of an arm mount, or are you fixing it? Or are you building a shelf into the wall behind plexiglass?
That's when it becomes real property.
You know, you say that's when it becomes real property. What if somebody else in this class has a different opinion? Maybe you just put that plexiglass up there to protect it, you know, and you intended to take it with you when you left. Now it could become an argument between the parties, can it?
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
this is why it's very important for us as real estate agents to know what the owner is taking with them and what they're leaving behind. Because something that one person can construe to be part of the real estate, another can think that it's personal property that they're taking with them. So some of these things that can be a little bit like sticky situations, we want to avoid that drama. So to avoid that drama and any potential lawsuits later where somebody claims that, oh, you're disassembling the real estate, that's part of the real estate. And they're like, no, that's my personal property. To avoid any lawsuits or anything like that, we should try to ask and probe and ask those questions when we go get a listing. The chandelier or sconce lighting on the walls, they're fixed, they're part of the real estate. But often you have homeowners that are going to take it with them when they move. So our job should be to ask them, are you taking the chandelier with you and replacing it with something else? Or are you leaving that chandelier behind? We need to know so that we can avoid any problems in the transaction later. Is there anything else in the house that somebody can confuse as part of the real estate, but you're taking with you? You know, we need to ask those questions and make sure we get that into the listing. Because this way, when somebody puts a contract in to buy the house, we make sure that those items that the owner's taken with them that may not be considered, that some people think is part of the real estate, is not. We need to make that perfectly clear. Otherwise, somebody could be found in breach of contract, and then we get lawsuits and crap flying around later. So we have to try to avoid that. We need to be the ones that try to help them avoid such issues from becoming issues in the first place. Okay. What about a dishwasher? Is a dishwasher part of the real estate? Is that a fixture? Or
Yes.
is that personal property?
Yeah, it's part of the picture.
Fixture.
All
If
right,
it's-
is it hardwired or is it plugged in and on wheels?
Well, if it's hardwired, yes.
Oh, well, my whole point here is all of a sudden changed a little bit, right? It depends.
Yeah.
It became a depends now, right? So there's other factors that could play into it. What about a refrigerator?
Same thing. I mean,
Is a refrigerator part of the real estate or is it personal property?
Personal, because it's just plugged in.
A refrigerator is almost always personal property. I say almost. Did anybody ever see there's a brand called Sub-Zero, a Sub-Zero fridge. It actually, we have refrigerators. They're black, they're white, or they're stainless steel, right? But you see that there's a lot of, there's a brand called Sub-Zero. They make refrigerators that actually match the cabinetry. Now, if you're getting a refrigerator that matches the cabinetry like that, I would assume that would mean that you intended it to be part of the real estate. It's hidden there because it blends in. So it wouldn't be too far for someone to take a leap that refrigerator is actually part of the real estate and would stay with the house. Why would you want to take a refrigerator with you that matches the cabinetry in this house, right? So an argument could be made that refrigerator, which is refrigerators are usually personal property. The owner takes it with them unless they choose to leave it behind. In that situation, I would argue that it's part of the real estate. So I would ask if a house has a refrigerator like that, if they're taking it with them or if that's, going with. See, most items we can usually tell if there's going to be an issue with it or not. But what about the kitchen sink? Is that part of the real estate?
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's part of the real estate. It's a fixture, right? What about the toilet?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know I had a girl in one of my classes? She's like, she's like, when I sell my house, I'm taking my toilet with me. The whole class laughed and they shot her a look. This is when we were still in the classroom, okay? The whole class laughed and shot her a look like, what the hell's wrong with this lady? She's gonna take a toilet bowl with her? And you know what? I mean, I was laughing too, but I was like, for real? You're gonna take a toilet with you? And then she posed an argument that made a lot of sense. She's like, listen, she's like, I'm a tall woman and my husband's even taller. She's like, you know how hard it is to sit on you little people toilets? I was like, you know what? I never really thought about it. For a tall person, they do get a taller toilet bowl. That's kind of like us sitting on a child's toilet, right?
Yeah, they
No.
get taller showers too.
She made a good argument to justify that.
But
But
just
still, a toilet is part of the real estate. You
They're not
better
better, so-
state that in advance that you're going to take the toilet with you. Because if you don't, any other sane person would think that the toilet is a fixture and part of the real estate, right? But she posed a good
Yeah.
argument as to why it wouldn't. But nonetheless, we don't want it to get to courts and be an argument, right? If you're going to be taking that toilet, make note of it now, and we'll put it in the listing that you're going to replace the toilet with another standard size toilet, unless you got some other giants that are moving in.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, in the event of a lease, you go look at a place and there's the refrigerator in, but the current renter put their own refrigerator in and the other one's down, let's say in the basement somewhere. They move it back up and you move in. Where are you at with the lease on something like that?
Well, not all rentals come with appliances like refrigerators. Sometimes when people rent houses, they need to bring their own refrigerator. So you need to figure that out in advance. Is the place already have a refrigerator, or is the tenant required to bring their own refrigerator?
Mhm.
And if there is a refrigerator there that's in the basement, is the tenant allowed to bring it upstairs and hook it up and use that? You know, I would assume that the landlord did not have that intent. But you know what? There's a word that I'm saying a lot here. Okay. And I don't know if you guys are catching on to this at all, but this used to be a skit by some comedian. I forget, he used it in a movie. I think it was Rodney Dangerfield that did it. I forget what movie it is. And he was either that or there was a teacher in that movie. And he's like, don't ever assume anything, because when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
Yeah.
That means you're jumping to conclusions. Don't assume, ask, clarify. That's the point. Because if you don't, you can make an ass out of you and me when later on it becomes an argument because apparently it's not as clear as you thought it was. So especially with real estate, to try to avoid such lawsuits, make sure you ask. Because an article, we just gave a couple examples. What about the carpet, wall-to-wall carpeting versus an area rug? An area rug, is that real property or personal?
Personal.
Personal.
Personal, right? What about wall-to-wall carpeting?
That's real property.
Real.
Right? Because a lot of times it's stapled to the floor, it goes under the coping and all, right? Most
Yeah.
people would say that that is part of the real estate, and I would agree. But not all judges agree the same and rule the same on cases. And you could get somebody who could be like, oh, no, I was meaning to take that wall-to-wall carpeting with me, but it's cut to this room shape, at this room size, it's part of the real estate. Somebody can make an argument and you could get a judge, because not all judges rule uniformly the same way. So you can get a judge that has a wacky decision sometimes and that could rule, hey, it's personal.
Sure
So
was.
to try to avoid these issues, we really need to ask questions. Just ask the questions to the seller. What are you taking with you and what aren't you? The carpeting, the toilet, the chandelier. I mean, is there something that you're going to take that's normally left behind as part of the real estate? We need to know. We need to put that in a listing to try to avoid any problems later on in the transaction. So I'm trying to help you that way. So, it's not a bad idea to point out the ways that you're helping a property owner, because it may be things that they don't normally think about that you brought up. And then they could see the service that you're actually providing for them a little bit better by bringing some of these things up that they may not be thinking about off the top of their head that could actually cost them a lawsuit later on. What about a remote control for a garage door opener?
That's
This is real estate property.
It's part of the real estate. It goes to the garage door opener, which is bolted and chained to the garage door and wired to the electrical or plugged in, right? But it's the method of annexation there. But you know what? Never underestimate the cheapness of people. I've sold a house before where the owner was trying to hold the garage door openers hostage for an additional $35 each.
What?
Never underestimate the cheapness of people. What about the front door key?
the front door key is really interesting.
The key. Is that personal property or part of the real estate?
Real estate.
It's part of the real estate. It goes to the lock that is in the front door, right? They're a matching pair. They go together. It's part of the real estate. You can't hold the keys hostage for extra money. Although
What about a
sometimes people
smoke
try
detector?
to. You got to get their attorney now. Talk to this idiot, please.
What about a smoke detector?
No, smoke detectors are part of the real estate. Look, you can't sell that property unless it has a smoke detector. State law requires that you have a smoke detector on every level and within 10 feet of any sleeping quarter, as well as at least one working carbon monoxide detector and a fire extinguisher under 10 pounds mounted with the hardware that it came with that's rated to put out ABC type fires that should be mounted in the kitchen at specific heights or within 10 feet of the kitchen. All those things. So you can't just get the inspection and pass the inspection and then strip that stuff out. Now somebody dies in a fire.
What about window AC?
Was it worth taking that smoke detector? Go ahead. What was the question? I'm sorry.
What about the window ACs?
That's personal.
Window AC is personal property, but through the wall, what are you gonna do? Leave a hole in the wall?
Yeah, no, through the wall.
Okay. The wall AC units are part of the real estate. Window AC units are different. You could take them with you unless you specify. That's why I would ask all the time. As we go through the house and we see what kind of cooling system does the house have? Does it have any cooling system? Is there a house fan? Is there air conditioning units? Are they in the wall? Are they in the window? Is it the central? Do they have a heat pump? I mean, what kind of cooling? Is it radiant? What kind of cooling systems do they have? It depends. You guys know what a house fan is, by the way?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is a house fan?
One of the fans in the attic.
Yeah, it's a fan that's in the attic. It's usually large.
Yeah.
It's usually a large fan. Now, usually there's only certain styles of homes that have these. A lot of times you could go into the hallway on the top floor of the house, and it's somewhere in the hallway, you're going to see these louvers, right? Let's see. Let me see if I can get a video, pull up a video of a house fan to show you real quick. A lot of times you'll see louvers in the ceiling in a hallway, and there'd be a closet door somewhere around there. You open the closet, and inside the closet there'd be a switch that would turn it on this fan that's in the attic. And when that fan kicks on, you're going to see these louvers open up, and it starts sucking all the air out of the house. Those things actually do a great job. If you open up the windows in the house, it gets a nice cool breeze going through the house. Or if you burn something when you're cooking, it sucks all the smoke out. Those things actually are awesome. House fan. How come I can't find a damn house fan? Let me see. House fan videos. All right. Got a house fan installation. I don't want to show you a house fan installation. Wow, I gotta look up a video for a house fan and add that to the class.
Try attic fan.
Oh, attic fan, yeah. Let me do that. Attic fan. These are small fans that they're showing up. Yeah, here, let me put it up. Yeah, these are small fans they're showing. These are not house fans. These are attic. These are fans they're putting here to vent out the attic. How about I put attic house fan? How about attic house fan?
Are you talking about those fans that's in the kitchen?
No, it's in the ceiling. It's built into the ceiling on the top floor of the house, and it's usually a very large fan that it sucks up the air. These louvers open up and it sucks all the air out of the house, creates some negative pressure, and then it does go out of the attic through these vents. But here, you see this one right here? Here's probably an example. You see how large this fan is? I've seen them like this and larger. They actually do a great job. Let me see if we could pull this video up and fast forward through this installation video, see if it gives you an example of how it works. You don't see this too much in newer homes. It's more of an older, not Cape Cods, it's an older colonial type homes.
I have one.
They're great. They do a great job, don't they?
Yeah, but they're still so very big though.
Yeah, you see this? This will be like in the ceiling. This is the ceiling from the attic where the fan gets mounted. All right, this is an installation. I want to see the end product. Come on, guys. Let's see. Nah, they're not showing the whole thing here. Anyway, house fans are great. Let me, I'll look up a video for a house fan, make a note for myself. Get video of a house fan. House fan pics and video. It's a neat feature that a lot of older colonial style houses have. They just got whole house fan. Huh, let me see this one. Good
What
idea.
about the new colonials? What do they have? Something different?
Yeah, no, they usually don't have house fans for ventilation. For cooling systems, they'll usually have central air conditioning or some other type of heat pumps or radiant.
I have a condo where the whole building has one.
The whole building has a fan,
Yeah.
or the air conditioning unit that's shared.
No, the whole building has an attic fan.
Oh.
So they'll turn it on like during spring and fall.
Oh, it makes it's like
Yeah, but that kind of stinks though too, because then it's always on, right? Everybody's got to deal with the fan. What if you're too cool, you know? That could kind of stink too for some people. Let me see. They're installing one here in this old house. I got a video I pulled up here. These are smaller house fans though. These are retrofitted ones. The older ones were giant. They're sometimes I've seen them where they're like 4 feet. You know, the fan itself is 4 feet. Okay, that's a big fan. They do a great job in sucking out the air, but see these ones. These are smaller house fans that they got here on this old house.
You simply use this
You
remote.
guys see this?
When you push the button, the first thing that happens are those insulated doors will open. Once they're opened all the way, then the fan blades will start. Now you're going to notice a big difference in the comfort of your house, but you're really going to notice a difference in your electrical bill.
Yeah, house fans do a good job in cooling. They really do. You don't have to have the air conditioning system going, which uses more electricity too. Like I said, they could be used if you burn food and so you got a lot of smoke in the house. You turn that house fan on, boom! It sucks all that air out of the house. You open up the windows a little bit, it creates negative pressure in the house, and it gets that nice cool breeze going throughout the entire home, not just in a certain room where you would have a fan blowing, as an example. So they're pretty efficient, but it's not cold air. Okay. All right. So let's see. And trade fixture. Well, you guys are here to learn a new trade. A trade is a business. So trade fixtures are fixtures that are used in the course of a business, like a barber's chair, a gas station pumps, or shelving in supermarkets, or sinks in a beauty salon that got the cutout for your neck, right? Those are all trade fixtures. They're fixtures that are used, they're considered personal property, and they're used by business owners to conduct a business. And they can be removed by the tenant as long as they remove it before the lease expires. Otherwise, it is possible for a trade fixture to become a fixture, which is part of the real estate. So what kind of property is a trade fixture? Personal.
Personal.
Fixture is part of the real estate. So, That's going to be on the next page. On page 87 still, next to last paragraph, there's a word there, emblement. Emblements are annual crops that require cultivation. You have to plant them. They don't come back every year on their own. They're considered to be personal property, and those annual crops are called emblements. So let's highlight in that, there's that paragraph that says vegetation falls into two classes. We have trees and perennial bushes and grasses that do not require annual cultivation. They're considered to be part of the real estate. Highlight annual crops such as wheat, corn, and garden vegetables are considered to be emblements, and they're considered to be part of the real estate, or are considered to be personal property. I'm sorry. They're considered to be personal property. Emblements are considered to be personal property. And then it's followed by a sentence that says, one would expect a tenant, keyword there is tenant, not the owner, a tenant farmer to return to harvest the crops even after the farm had been sold. So that means that that farmer is only renting the farm. If the owner of the property sold that farm, that tenant farmer would be allowed to continue caring for their crop and to pick the fruit of their labor, so to speak, and harvest that crop, because they tilled the soil, readying it, they planted the seed, they grew it. They're allowed to pick the fruits of their labor because it's considered to be an emblement, which is personal property. All right.
But shouldn't they take that with them?
Well, hold on a second. That if the owner of the farm is selling the farm and they're also the farmer, when you sell that farm, you would negotiate in there whether the crop is going with the farm or not. And, you know, the price would be priced accordingly, because a crop is an additional money, isn't it? So sometimes people, though, that would be a risk on paying for a crop before it's picked up. Because what happens if it gets, if we get a cold spell? What happens if I don't know, we get some kind of infestation of insects that kill the crop, right? So there could be other factors there. So an emblement, you know, that is the annual crops. And so when you're selling a farm, though, usually you would discuss that, whether the crop is going to be included or not. And if you're the owner, but if you're a tenant farmer, crop is not included. That tenant owns that crop, and they're allowed to pick that crop. All right. So a tenant farmer is allowed to return to pick the fruit. We got feedback here. Okay. So tenant farmers allowed to pick the fruit of their labor to harvest the crop even after the farm had been sold. But they could only harvest that 1 year. That crop will not come back on its own, because they would have to till the soil, plant the seed, and do all that stuff over again for the next year. Another term you see on exam, emblement. Okay, so what did we learn here? Corporeal, tangible; incorporeal, intangible; chattels, tangible personal property; severance you don't need to know for exams, but fixture you do. It's part of the real estate. It's an item that was once personal property. It's now part of the real estate. Trade fixture, it's a item that is fixed to the property that looks like it's part of the real estate, but in fact it's considered personal property that the business owner can remove when they move the business, provided that they do it before the lease expires. Because if you didn't remove it before the lease expires, well, then whatever is left behind is now the property of the property owner. And an emblement is annual crops. A lot of these things on exam. I think the only thing that is not is severance. Good slide to study, maybe? All right. Fixtures.
Yep.
On the next page, 88, turn the page. We're going to highlight an article that was once personal property, but has been so attached to the land or the building that it's now considered to be part of the real estate as a fixture. Next paragraph, Tenant and trade fixtures, we're going to highlight the first sentence there. An article owned by a tenant and attached to rented space for use in conducting business is a fixture.
Trade fixture.
I'm sorry, trade
Trade
fixture
fixture?
is a trade fixture. I want you to write next to the title, trade fixture, personal property. And above the paragraph, above that where it says fixture, write part of the real estate. You have to know the difference. A fixture is part of the real estate, a trade fixture is personal property.
What's the difference between corporeal and chattels?
Well, corporeal is another word for tangible. Tangible is something that you could touch or feel, right?
And chattels?
Chattel, it's pronounced chattel or chattels. Chattel or chattels is tangible personal property. It's corporeal personal property. Because something is tangible. Tangible just means that you could touch it, right? Is real estate tangible?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not personal property. That's real estate. Right? There's real property and there's personal property. Chattel is tangible personal property.
And corporeal is tangible real estate?
Corporeal can be anything. Corporeal is just another word for tangible. So you could have personal property that's tangible and real property that's tangible. Chattel specifically means personal property that's tangible.
Got it.
Awesome. Okay. Now, what if you're a tenant in a residential property? Forget about the trade fixtures. Trade fixtures are for business use. So actually, you know what? Where it says trade, tenant and trade fixtures, above trade fixtures, write business, the word business. So you know it's a business fixture, right? Now, if you're a tenant in a residential property, can you make if you don't like the light in the in the dining room, can you replace that with a ceiling fan light?
As a tenant?
Yeah, as a tenant.
With
I
permission.
would say yeah, as long as you keep the
can-
original
You
and
can.
get that.
Yes, you can, but it becomes part of the real estate.
Well, I thought it's because it's a part of the real estate, you'll need permission.
All right, so any changes have to get the approval of the owner of the property first. Before you could start changing fixtures. What is a fixture? It's part of the real estate. So before you could start making modifications to the owner's real estate that you're only renting, you need to get the owner's written permission first. Actually, most leases even specify this to make a point of it. But even if it's not written in the lease, a tenant cannot make changes to the real estate. The landlord would it's just wise for a landlord to put that in there to make it a point that they're aware of it, you know? You cannot, usually a tenant can't even paint their apartment. If they're renting an apartment, for example, you can't even paint the apartment without the landlord's permission first, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, now we're talking about removing a light fixture and replacing it with a ceiling fan light fixture, right?
With the electricity.
Yeah, you're messing with the electricity. You know, the landlord may allow you to do it, but they're probably going to want somebody who's a licensed electrician to do it. They don't want you burning down their house or getting electrocuted and then suing them because you know, the landlord said you can do it yourself, you know? So they're going to want to make sure that it's done the right way, any modifications. And any modifications that they allow you to do. Are you allowed to take that ceiling fan light fixture improvement that you installed with
He's
you
the
when
one
you
that constructed that house in the corner.
If you,
Construido otra casa.
yeah, but you would
I would
have
say, yeah,
to,
as long as you have the
Church Street.
original.
fix
I gotta say, the one he constructed there was kind of
holes
cute.
and things and put it back.
I give credit when credit be
That's
done.
it.
Think so?
I don't know.
That-
Oh, hold
so
on
I
a second.
wonder
Let
what
me,
the
let me
house
mute
looks
everybody
like.
for a
They're
second
asking
and
850.
answer that again. I got somebody having a personal conversation here. All right. Go, unmute yourself and answer the question. Sorry.
Yes, I
Okay,
think that you
yeah,
could remove a fixture if you want, if you considered a personal property, but then you would have to fix it as to the way it was when
Well,
you return it.
You could only remove that fixture if the landlord gave you permission to.
Oh,
You need permission to install it. You need permission to remove it. And I don't know why a landlord would give you permission to remove it. If they give you permission to make improvements, why would they give you permission to destruct the property, to unimprove it? You know, it wouldn't make sense because any fixtures or improvements that the tenant is allowed to make, they generally become the property of the landlord, the owner.
But what about if you still keep the original and then when you move, you put the original back?
You need the landlord's permission to. You can't just do that on your own. You can't even make the improvement without the landlord's permission. You
Well,
need to have the landlord's permission before you could do any improvements to the real estate. And then if they give you that permission to make improvements, why would they want to give you permission now to take it apart?
Because you have the original, you can put the original piece back.
They don't want it. If they gave you permission to do the improvement, why would they want you to unimprove it? They don't have to. They don't have to is my point. If they allow you to make an improvement, that improvement just became part of the real estate. And now if you take it apart and you did not get the landlord's permission to do it, they could actually take it out of your security deposit.
well, knowing
Right,
that you know
have
that it's
it
going to be part of the real estate, it's probably better to negotiate that they take it off the rent when you're installing it.
Yeah, it's a good idea that before you ever do any improvements, to have that conversation with the landlord that you're either going to take it with you when you leave or that they're going to pay you for the improvement. But I've seen plenty of times landlords are like, there's no need for the improvement. I'm fine with that light there. You don't need to do the improvement, but if you want to do it, then go ahead and do it, but I'm not paying for it. But if you do an improvement, you ain't taking it with you when you leave. It's staying. So make up your mind. What do you want to do as a tenant? Live with the current fixture that's there or do the improvement, which I'll allow you to do, but you can't take it with you. That's the conversation that needs to be had between the tenant and the landlord. All right. As we could see, we're arguing about it here. What do you think a landlord and tenant would do?
Yeah.
You know, that's my point. That's my whole point here. Okay, so legal test of a fixture. I already gave you a couple examples of, you know, the wall-to-wall carpeting, the toilet, the garage door opener. It's not always so clear. And even though they have it written here, some legal tests to figure out if it's something is a fixture or not, these legal tests are not that clear either. So the legal test of a fixture is the intention of the parties who installed it, the method of annexation, the adaptation of the article to the real estate, and the relationship of the parties. There you go. Clear as mud. All right. So real property ownership is transferred by deed. Personal property is transferred by bill of sale. When you buy a house, you do a final walkthrough. What's the purpose of the final walkthrough? It's to make sure a couple things. First of all, you should have had a home inspection at the beginning of the transaction, right? Sometimes you come across things that need to be fixed. You want to make sure that that seller fixed whatever was supposed to be fixed, hopefully way before the final walkthrough, that you don't wait till the end. All right. After that owner fixes whatever they're supposed to, follow up to make sure that they did it right in it way in advance before the closing. Because if they didn't do the work or they didn't do it right, they half-assed the job, you want to make sure that it gets done correctly. You don't want to find out at the closing table and then you're gonna be like, ah, well, whatever, we're already here at closing. Now, we do final walkthrough inspections as well. The final walkthrough inspection should be done the day of the closing, on your way to closing. Is that inconvenient? Yes, it is. But I'm telling you to do it this way. Because I'm telling you, I used to do what most real estate agents do. And the day before, or even days before the closing, after the seller moved all their stuff out, the buyer would go and do the final walkthrough because it's convenient to do it in advance. And then on the day of closing, you just go directly to the closing. However, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to advise you to do it on your way to the closing. Let me give you a reason why. I had a situation one time where I was selling a high-end home. Well, I was representing the buyer. So they were purchasing this really nice house with a high-end kitchen in it, nice 42-inch custom cherry cabinets, granite countertops. It had Viking appliances in the kitchen, which Viking appliances, if anybody's ever seen Nancy Pelosi on the news with her ice cream in her freezer, you know, those refrigerators and freezers can run upwards of $35,000 to $50,000 for a refrigerator freezer.
Wow.
Don't get me started.
Viking appliances can be expensive. You could get cheaper ones, but they can also get very expensive. And this one, everything, all the appliances in this kitchen were Viking. They had Viking dishwasher, Viking washer, Viking refrigerator and freezer, Viking stove, Viking hood above the stove, you know, to suck the air out. Everything was Viking there in that house. It was very high end, but it was a short sale. Now, a short sale is when somebody's house isn't worth what they owe on it. So the guy was not going to make any profit on the sale selling his house. Instead of getting foreclosed on, he's working with his bank to sell the property. However, so I got the buyer is buying the property. We did a final walkthrough the day before the closing. Actually, we did it the evening before the closing. So the night before the closing, we went to the house, we walked through just to make sure that the seller didn't leave any garbage behind, all their personal items are taken, they didn't leave any broken or junk furniture that they were supposed to remove, and that the house is in the same condition that they seen it in when they made the offer. So we went to the house, everything was beautiful, everything was fine. They were excited to close the next day. Now the next day comes and I get a call from the real estate agent in the morning. She asks me if I could do her a favor and stop at the house. If she gave me the shackle code for the lockbox, if I could pick up the lockbox for her because it was out of her way, but it was on my way to the closing. I said, sure, no problem. I could stop there. So she gave me the shackle code and I used my, you remember these, the lockbox, right? She gave me the shackle code, allowed me to take the shackle off so I could pick up the lockbox and bring it to closing and give it to her. So yeah, no problem, I'll do that. So when I did that, I was like, yeah, well, I'm here. I might as well run through the house again really quick. And plus I had to pee, you know, so I was like, all right, let me get in there, you know. Ran through the house again. Then I go to closing. I get to the closing and the buyer's attorney's asking him, so did you get a chance to do a final walkthrough? And they're like, yeah, we did it last night. Everything's fine. And that's when I walk in and I'm like, oh, we got a problem. Shoot me a look. What do you mean we got a problem? Well, I just stopped at the house to pick up the lockbox for the seller's agent and I went through the house again. Remember that gorgeous custom high-end kitchen that was there? Apparently, from the time that we did the final walkthrough in the evening before, the seller stripped the kitchen out. All the appliances are gone, not just the appliances, the cabinets. They literally took the kitchen sink and the granite countertops.
Wow.
They had to have a whole team of people in there to carry that stuff out. What the hell are you going to do with granite countertops that were cut to specifically fit that kitchen, you know? It's crazy. Now, if I didn't go through that final walkthrough the day of the closing, we wouldn't have known about that. The buyer would have closed on this real estate transaction and got the keys to the house, gone to the house, and the kitchen's gone. Call the cops, you've been robbed. They're filing their first homeowner's insurance claim on a house that's been stripped and robbed before they even got to move into it. But we know who took it, right? So I made a big stink, and the seller was there at the closing too. He had the balls to show up to closing. So I made a big deal about it. I pointed it out. I'm like, listen, you're in breach of contract right here. They don't have to close on this, and then in return, you're going to end up getting foreclosed on by your bank. This buyer is going to sue you, and they're not going to go through with this purchase. Now, if you want to be able to avoid foreclosure, and you better pay them for a new kitchen. We don't want you just bringing the stuff back. You know, you're not a contractor. You know, you can't put those cabinets back on the wall. So we want you to bring all those items back. We want you to bring all the appliances back. You can keep the damn cabinets and the countertops. Who the hell knows if you crack the granite? You know, you're not supposed to be moving that stuff around like that. So you're going to pay them to get a new kitchen, but you're going to bring back all those Viking appliances, and we'll do a dry closing. You're going to bring and not turn over any of the money to the bank or report it to your bank yet until you bring back all the appliances. We inspect those appliances to make sure they're not all banged up and that they're still working. And then once we do that, and you're going to do that today, and once we do that, then you're going to give them money to buy a new kitchen and have a new kitchen installed. And so I left it to the attorneys to negotiate with them on how much money that would be that he was going to pay cash to that buyer to do it. It's not like the guy didn't have money. He was living in that house for the last 5 years, not making any mortgage payments, yet he was gainfully employed just because the property values went down. So they do short sales. What's that?
What was he thinking? What was the reason behind this?
I don't know what the hell goes through some people's head. I guess he figured that, you know, I'm selling this house at a loss. I put a lot of money in this house for repairs and stuff. I'm going to try to get some of it back out. But you know what? That's screwing over a buyer. This buyer's innocent. You know, they're here trying to help you out and buy their home and help you out of avoiding a foreclosure because you're not making your mortgage payments and you don't want to pay off the house for what it's worth. So we're working and giving you the opportunity to get out of this transaction where you owe more on the house than it's worth. The guy owed double what the house was worth. So we do this. What we do is we negotiate with the seller's bank to accept whatever the current market value is on it. And the bank takes a loss. But if the bank is taking a loss, they're not going to let the seller walk away with profit. So why does the seller cooperate? Well, they don't have to pay back the full amount owed because the bank agreed to it. And they're not chasing after them for any deficiency. And they won't have a foreclosure. That should be reason enough. If not,
but as a seller, he was about to screw himself over as well.
He was, but he wasn't thinking about that. He's like, well, if I get the closing done, you buy the house like this is your problem now, you know, and I get the house with all the appliances, you know. So I got up in the guy's face and I started yelling at him, you know, and then, you know, I was like, you're either going to get foreclosed on and you're going to get sued by them, or this is what's going to go down right now. Now, normally at this point, the attorney's handling everything, but I was pissed off and I was fuming. I was getting in the guy's face. I was talking, this is what's happening. Blah, 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 blah. You don't like it? Fine, we're leaving. You're going to get sued by them because you're in breach of contract and your bank's going to foreclose on you, you know? So what was his option? You know, so they worked it out. They worked it out. He brought back the appliances. We inspected them, made sure they worked still. He got the, he gave them money to get a new kitchen, you know, with all the new appliances and all that stuff. Literally, the guy took the kitchen sink. When you walk in the kitchen, all there were the pipes sticking out of the wall and out of the floor, you know, and the gas, you know, the gas line, the gas cable. It was just, that's all that was there. The guy took the cabinets, he took the countertops, he took everything. And that's crazy.
Question for you is the seller's agent responsible for like communicating what happened? Like, say you didn't go there, say she went there and got the lockbox and she saw what happened. Is she responsible for saying something at closing?
Let me think about that for a second.
I would think she would.
Because
but-
it is the buyer's agent's, it's a buyer and a buyer's agent's responsibility to do their own inspections.
Right.
However, the seller agent has to treat everybody fairly and honestly in the transaction too.
Right.
So if they were aware that those things were going with the real estate, that it's not like the seller was taking it, I would say yes, that they have a responsibility for reporting it if she found out about it. But if she just went to guide her lockbox and never went inside the house,
Right.
you know, she's not responsible for inspecting it. That's the buyer's
Right.
responsibility. So that may not have been discovered that way. So, I mean, if I didn't have to pee,
Yeah, strange twist of fate. Yeah.
So, I mean, wow. And that's the first time something like that ever happened to me. But that's all it takes is a first, right? Remember the first time that I came across the married couple selling their house, only the wife wasn't the wife, it was the girlfriend, and they were getting divorced, and the guy was trying to get the girlfriend to forge the wife's signature. But I asked the question, all it takes is the first time, and then you're always going to treat your business a different way. Always ask for IDs, right? Always do the final walkthrough on the day of closing, on the way to closing. I mean, my practice was always do it the day before, right? Change the way I did things. Most agents still do it the day before, but I teach all my students now, do it the day of the closing, on the way to closing. Is it inconvenient? Yes, it may be, because it could be out of the way of where the closing's taking place. But you know what? It's worth it, I'm telling you. Because if you come across an issue, is there a likelihood that you're going to have an issue? No. But don't count on that, because what would happen if you did?
Yeah, you don't know how bitter a seller is.
All right. Once again, here are the 4 evidences of title. Title means ownership. The deed is the document used to transfer title. I don't know why I have this in this chapter again, but whatever, it's here. And the 4 evidences of title are abstracted title with attorney's opinion, certificate of title, title insurance policy, and torrent certificate, which is not used in New Jersey. I don't know why I have that here, but okay, whatever, it's here. We went over it again. And that's the end of chapter 5, finally. Wow, that took long. Save that. Close that. And next. Chapter 6. Oh, there it is. Chapter 6. Ooh. Okay, chapter 6, estates and interest. Okay. All right, guys, here we go.
Are we gonna do the terms?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Let's do chapter 5 key terms. You know what? If that's the case, we're just gonna do chapter 5 key terms, break for lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll do chapter 6 and 7. We're definitely gonna get chapter 6 and 7 done and start 8. 8 is about taxes. It's a boring chapter, but at the end of that chapter, I'm gonna show you guys how to make a lot of money. So you got something to look forward to. If we can move along at a decent pace and get to it, then I'm gonna show you guys how to make a lot of money without having to have a lot of money. But it does take money to make money. So, okay, so let's do the key terms to review in chapter 5, okay? Wow, chapter 5. Okay, let's do key terms to review in chapter 5. Belong to the owner of the land below. Carefully listen to that before you give me an answer. Belongs to the owner of the land below.
Air rights.
Air rights. The land is below. What's above? 2 is A. The wearing away of land by the usually due to the action of the wind or water.
Erosion.
10 is B, erosion. Leave real estate to someone by will.
Devise.
Devise. 8 is C. Tangible.
Chattels.
Another word for tangible. How about that?
7.
No.
Shadow?
Corporeal.
Corporeal.
Oh,
Corporeal.
What's that?
7 is D. Annual crops.
embellments.
Emblements. 9 is E. Tangible personal property.
Chattels.
That's chattels. Chattel or chattels.
Shadows.
6 is F. Manufactured attachments to land. What do we refer to that as?
Manufactured, what is it? Manufactured
A
attachment.
manufactured attachment to land. What do we call that when we're putting manufactured attachments to the land? What are we doing?
We're improving land.
We're improving it, so it's an improvement. 13 is G. Once personal property, now real estate.
On the
Fixture.
right.
11 is H. It's a fixture.
Oh,
Sudden change in the course of a stream.
Avulsion.
Avulsion. 4 is I. Anything that can be inherited is a. I think we kind of even skipped over this one in the chapter.
12.
It's a hereditament. Yes. 12 is J. You could get this one right even if you never got it. Sounds like inherit, right? An increase of land caused by the gradual depositing of a solid material by the actions of the water.
Aggression.
Accretion. 1 is K. Possession, control, enjoyment, and so on.
on the right.
5 is L, a bundle of rights. Solid material deposited by a body of water.
Alluvian.
Alluvian. 3 is M. All right. Key terms 2. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Well, ready or not, here we go. Okay. Next to the letter A. Next to the letter A, guys, I want you to cross out creation of dry land by. And instead, above letter A, I want you to write permanent receding of the tides. Permanent receding of the tides. And then next to letter C, I want you to write at the end of letter C, with legally defined boundaries. With legally defined boundaries. Okay, so now let's get started. Everybody done writing that stuff, or want to make sure? Okay, so permanent receding of the tides by the gradual withdrawing of the water.
Religion.
9 is A, reliction. Everything that is not real property is?
Personal property.
6 is B, personal property or personality. The specific tract of land with legally defined boundaries.
Parcel.
5 is C. Subsurface rights are also referred to as?
4. Mineral lands.
Mineral rights. 4 is D. Removable by tenant.
Eight.
No. Removable by tenant. What?
Fixture.
Trade fixture.
Trade fixture. 12 is E, trade fixture. Land improvements and a bundle of rights.
Be
Real estate.
7 is F. Use of water by adjoining landowners.
Littoral rights. No?
Adjoining landowners. If two properties are separated
riparian.
by a stream, as an example, right?
Riparian.
Let me see. Right, use of land. Okay, yeah, riparian. 10 is G, riparian rights. 10 is G. Intangible.
Corporeal.
Incorporeal. 1 is H. The earth, including the air above it.
Land.
2 is I. A synonym for real estate.
Property.
Real property or realty. 8 is J. Ownership of minerals, oil, and so on.
Surface rights, subsurface.
Subsurface rights. 11 is K. Land bordering bodies of water affected by the tides.
Littoral rights.
Littoral rights. 3 is L. Correct. Correct. All right. 12:01. Be back at 1:01.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, chapter 6, estates and interest in land. Okay, so what is an estate in land? Okay, that's what this chapter is going to learn about. So you're going to identify the characteristics of
I
estate
just
in
found
land.
one for
We're going to learn
myself.
about what?
I just found one for myself.
Awesome.
So what do I do?
There's a claim form there. You have to put in the a claim form to. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to identify characteristics of estate and land, describe characteristics of encumbrances, liens, easements, and encroachments we're going to go over. So let's start off with what is an estate in land? Well, an estate in land describes the amount and kind of interest that a person has in real property. So at the bottom of page 93, highlight the amount and kind of, it says ownership, cross out the word ownership. This particular chapter is only talking about ownership. So that's why they have that word there. But the actual definition you should be studying for estate in land, what is an estate in land? It describes the amount and kind of interest that a person has in real property. That's an estate in land. So that's what you should have highlighted. Minus the word ownership. Because there's two categories of estates in land. This chapter is going to be talking about freehold estates, which is ownership. And there are 3 types. Freehold estates are the category of ownership. And there are 3 types. So freehold estates describe ownership. Okay, it's the category of ownership. Freehold estates describe ownership. There are
What do you mean by that?
3 types of freehold estates. So when you have a freehold estate, you're free to hold the property forever or a lifetime. All right. And the other type of estate in land, the other category, is a less than freehold, which is a leasehold. And there's 4 types of leasehold estates, which are found in chapter 12, but yet we'll go over them in this chapter. We're going to go over all the freehold and leasehold really quick. All right. Now, the 3 types of freehold estates are fee simple, fee determinable, and a life estate. So on the bottom of page 93, let's highlight freehold estates and write ownership category, 3 types next to it, just like it was on this slide. Ownership, describe ownership. There's 3 types. It's the ownership category. And less than freehold is the leasehold estate. Highlight leasehold estates and write chapter 12, page 196 and 197, just like is on the slide in front of you. So next to freehold estates, you're highlighting freehold estates and writing ownership category, 3 types. And those 3 types are going to be described in the coming pages. And then highlight less than freehold in number 2 there, and write chapter 12, page 196 and 197, because that's where we actually go over the leasehold estates. Is chapter 12 is all the lease stuff, renting and leasing. Okay. Turn the page. There are 3 types of freehold estates, fee simple, fee determinable, and a life estate. In your book, highlight that. The 3 types of freehold estates. Highlight freehold estates and then fee simple, fee determinable, and a life estate. The next thing that's in the book here, the next paragraph talks about leasehold estates briefly. What is a lease? A leasehold estate is for a specific period of time. A lease signifies the tenant's right to occupy an owner's property for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. They involve tenants who are not owners, and a lease is considered to be personal property. It's an intangible asset. Let me actually just write that there instead of just writing personal property. A lease is personal property, an intangible asset. It's not real property. A lease describes a tenant's right to occupy someone else's property for a limited period of time as defined in the lease, as well as the terms. How long? Well, terms could be a lot of things. It could be the length of the lease, what exactly is being rented. So, and the terms. Length, the time, and what's being leased, any limitations, etc. All right, there's 4 types of leasehold estates. The 4 types of leasehold estates are estate for years, periodic estate, at will, and tenancy at sufferance. We go over those in chapter 12. So let's highlight in the book, leases are considered to be personal property, not real property. Now, number 1, the fee simple estate. I want you to write next to the title, next to fee simple estate, I want you to write ownership forever without restrictions, where it says fee simple estate in bold on the book on page 94. I want you to write ownership forever without restrictions next to the title there. Okay, fee simple estate. That's basically what it is. It's ownership forever without restrictions. And then you're going to highlight, after you write that, ownership forever without restrictions. Then you're going to highlight fee simple is the highest type of interest in real estate recognized by law. And then go to the last line in that section and highlight fee, fee simple, and fee simple absolute. So fee, a fee estate also goes by the name of fee, fee simple, or fee simple absolute. Those, it could be called either one of those. It's describing the same thing. Those 3 names are used interchangeably. Either just the word fee, fee simple, or fee simple absolute is the highest form of ownership recognized by law. It's the most complete form of ownership. It's unrestricted ownership forever. The next one is fee determinable. I want you to write next to the title, next to fee determinable, ownership forever, but based on a restriction called a restrictive covenant. So you got plenty of room there to write that next to fee determinable in the book. Write ownership forever. Let me see, I got this here. ownership forever, but based on a restriction, just like it's over here on the slide. Ownership forever, but based on a restriction called a restrictive covenant. So you're going to write that next to the title there. Ownership forever, but based on a restriction called a restrictive covenant. Ownership forever, but based on a restriction called a restrictive covenant. And let me know when you guys are done writing all that.
Done.
Okay. Then highlight the first sentence. Fee determinable,
Yes.
also known as a conditional fee or defeasible fee, is an estate in land that can terminate on the occurrence or non-occurrence of a specified event. And then go to the last line and highlight remainder man is a third party named in an instrument. And immediately after that, write to be a beneficiary. I have the spelling of beneficiary here on the slide as well. To be a beneficiary.
Definitely all seems like another language.
I'm just going to explain all this. I'm going to have you highlight all this stuff and then I'm going to explain it to you in full, okay?
Yep.
Then go to life estate. The next one. And highlight the first sentence, the first two sentences. A life estate is a life estate is limited to the life of a person. The owner of a life estate does not have the right to pass ownership to their heirs because the life estate ends on the death of the owner.
Sucks.
Now, I'm not going to have you highlight reversionary interest. However, you should understand what reversionary interest is. That's it's in bold in the same section under life estate. I just want to have you highlight the stuff first, and then I'll go back and I'll explain it all. Now, on page 95, on the second line, I want you to highlight at the end of the line, a life estate per autre vie is for another's life.
Where's that?
Where?
It's the end of the second line on page 95. A life estate per autre vie for another's life. You see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the beginning of the next paragraph, highlight the holder of a life estate has true ownership of real property. And then the last line in that same paragraph, highlight it always ends on the death of the person who the life estate is measured. And once everybody got that, then I'm going to go back and we'll do some explanation of all this other stuff. All right. Everybody got everything highlighted there? All those notes taken there? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's go back to fee simple. Fee simple or fee simple absolute. You need to know those three terms for describes the first type of ownership, which is the highest form of ownership recognized by law. When you own a property, there's no restrictions on your ownership and you own that property forever. Even after you die, you get to determine who gets your property after you die. You can leave it to somebody in a will, right? So fee estate, also known as fee simple or fee simple absolute. You have absolute ownership in that property. Nobody else can say what you can do with it. There's no restrictions on the land that you own. You own that property forever, and you could sell it, lease it, give it away. When you die, you can leave it to your heirs or whoever else you name in a will. Make sense?
Yeah.
Your basic common type of ownership. Now, fee determinable, also known as a defeasible or conditional fee estate. This is ownership forever as well. It's also ownership forever, but the ownership is based on a restriction. And any restrictions placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants. I gave you several examples before, like the one with the Shell gas station. They sell the property and they put a restriction in the deed that as long as you use that property for any purpose other than a gas station, it's allowed. So that's a fee determinable or defeasible fee or conditional fee, because the ownership is based on a condition. As long as you don't violate the condition, the term, the restriction, then you're the owner and nobody else has any interest in your property. Shell gas station would only have an interest in your property if you violate the agreement that you agreed to and that restrictive covenant that they placed in the deed that said that you could not use it as a gas station. So there's always that possibility of reverter. What does that mean? It means that in the event you violate that restriction, that term that you agreed to, there's the possibility of the ownership reverting back to the previous owner, Shell gas station, because you violated the agreement, the terms of the sale to you. So they could take you to court, and if they could prove that you violated that agreed upon restriction, then the court will turn ownership back over to Shell and not give you 1 penny for it because you violated the terms of the sale. That's your problem. Okay. Everybody got that?
Yes.
Yes, it makes sense.
Remember I told you before, I could sell you my large property. It's acres and acres of land. There's a lake on the far side of the property where we always had a day camp for the kids. We like that. We've had that for generations through our family, right? But then I sell that property, but I'm going to put a restriction in a deed for whoever buys it so that there's no worries that that camp is always going to be there for the kids, you know, because that's what we really want. We want that camp to be there for the kids. Now, you can do whatever you want, build however you want on the rest of the property, but we don't want you putting up lakeside condos or mansions. We want that. We want that always to be a day camp for the kids that's actively used there and open to the public for the kids, right? Now, in the event I sell you that property and you end up tearing down that camp, shutting it down, putting up the condos or mansions on the lake and selling and trying to sell them off, I could go to you, or if you manage to sell any of them off, I'll go to whoever else bought it and take them to court because that's a violation. It's a clear violation of what we wrote in the deed as a restriction of what you could not do. Even though in real estate, when you own real estate, you own the property, you could do whatever you want with it, unless you agree to a restriction. And in this case, you agreed to a restriction, and that was one of the terms of the sale. You violated it, a judge will order you to turn ownership of the property back over to me. Or a third party, if I name somebody else to be the beneficiary, that third party is called a remainder man. So a remainder man is a third party named in a document to be a beneficiary in the event that the condition is violated. And this runs with the land, this restrictive covenants. Once we put restrictive covenants in a deed, those covenants, a covenant is a fancy word for legal promise. Those covenants run with the land. And whoever buys the property, they're buying that property along with that restriction. That restriction, once it's added to the deed, it cannot be removed. It could only be removed by the person who put the restriction in there. So if I sold you a property and I put a restriction in there, I'm the only one that can remove it. You can't remove it. If you want to sell that property years later to someone else, what are you selling them? Well, what do you own? You own the real estate and all the rights, the bundle of rights, but your rights have been restricted because you agreed to some restrictions. So you could only pass on the rights that you have. You can't create new rights for anybody. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So these are the first two forms of ownership. Fee simple, it's unrestricted ownership forever. That's it. You could sell it, lease it, give it away, leave it to your heirs. Fee determinable, it's ownership forever as well. It's also known as a fee determinable or defeasible or conditional fee. It's based on, it's ownership based on a restriction. Any restrictions that are placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants. And there's the possibility of reverter, that if that restrictive covenant is ever breached, somebody breaks their promise, their legal promise, then the property would revert back to the person who put that restriction in the deed. Or if they're no longer with us, they're dead, their heirs or whoever inherited their assets, right? Or if I name somebody else to be a remainder man, that person would be the one who inherits that, well, not inherits it, but who would have rights to it. Okay, for example, I put a restriction in the deed and you are my neighbor, okay? You guys are my neighbor. And I name you as the remainder man neighbor because we get along great, you know? And we want to have that camp on the property site. And I tell you, hey neighbor, I'm selling this property to this guy, but I'm putting a restriction in the deed that says that they have to always have that day camp there. And I'm going to name you as a remainder man, that in the event that they violate that restriction, you can take them to court and claim ownership of the property. Okay, so what are the odds you're going to be checking out that property and being the nosy neighbor all the time, making sure that day camp is always going? Probably pretty good, right? Because if they don't run that camp, you can get ownership of the property. Okay, the next one is a life estate. A life estate is a form of ownership. It's based on the life of the person it's given to. So a life estate is ownership. Actually, you know what? You should write that. Write that next to the title in the book. A life estate is ownership. Is ownership. A life estate is ownership of real estate. It's ownership based on the life of the person it's given to. Actually, you could write that in the book. Ownership is ownership based on the life of the person it's given to. Based on life of person it's given to. So if you have a life estate, you have ownership and all the ownership rights of any owner. You could sell the property, you could lease it, you could give it away. You just cannot destroy the property's value. But it's based on, that ownership is based on your life. So when you die, the property comes back to the person who gave you the life estate. So if I gave you a life estate, is it possible that you could sell that property to someone else?
No.
Yes, you can. But what are they buying?
Restriction.
They're buying the ownership of the real estate based on your life. If you die, they lose it. Because you
Oh,
can only pass on the rights that you possess, and your rights to ownership are based on your life. They're limited to your life. So when you die, the property doesn't matter if you're in possession of that property or you give it to someone else. Upon your death, the person who's given the life estate, the property reverts back to the person who gave them the life estate.
why would anybody do that?
Why would anybody do that? He says. I want you to hang tight for 1 second and I'm going to show you. How about that?
Other person dies as well. Like, what if they both die?
Well, then I have heirs, and then it would go to my heirs.
So the
Or-
life estate thing still applies, even if that person dies.
Yeah, somebody's going to have, if you die, I mean, who gets your stuff? You got family? You got a will, maybe to name somebody else to get it? Okay? That's the life estate. That's how life estate works. It's just like if you have a car, if you die, who gets your car? You know, you got family members or you know, kids or something, they get your whatever, they get your valuables. Right? Or whoever else that you name in a will to get it.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just look up a link that I have here.
Show me why. Question I said. I'm interested.
Let me give you an example of a life estate. I'm just looking for a link. I have a link. I had a link. I don't know. Okay, so whatever. Let me just do a Google search.
Okay, so that's in there.
All right, guys, silence it when you're going to the bathroom. All right. I just silenced everybody there. Okay. Got a couple links I just pulled up here. And I want them to open up to see if I got the right one. I want to show you. That's not it. Let me look on. That's not it. Come on. Fortune magazine's loading so slow. Hold on. Come on, Fortune magazine. Open up. Oh, it's not loading slow. They just block everything out unless you got a subscription. Okay, screw them. All right. Yeah, there was there's a famous case with, you remember Hugh Hefner, Playboy Mansion, the owner of Playboy magazine?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Now, Hugh Hefner, he actually sold the Playboy Mansion when he was still alive.
Mhm.
Now, he sold the Playboy Mansion when he was still alive. And the new owner gave him back a life estate. There was a stipulation in that sale. He sold the mansion with a stipulation that he gets to live there for the rest of his life. And when he dies, the Playboy Mansion would then go back to the new owner. So there's an example of when it would make sense for somebody to do something like that. Hey guys, mute that. Damn it. So what happened is Hugh Hefner sold the Playboy Mansion. Here we go. Hugh Hefner sold the Playboy Mansion. All right. Well, it was for more than that. I think it was for $200 million that he sold the Playboy Mansion for. And the stipulation was he had to give a life estate back to, this is the new owner, by the way. The guy who bought it, his next door neighbor bought the Playboy Mansion. He was gonna tear it down and just expand his own estate there and build his own house bigger. But instead, you know, he saw the historic significance of the Playboy Mansion, that he agreed to buy it from Hugh Hefner with a stipulation that he's not going to tear it down, but he'll renovate it. He got the Playboy Mansion was in disrepair. It needed a lot of work. It looks good in the pictures, but it was, you know, Hugh Hefner was a party guy. You know, he always had parties going on and did not keep up on the Playboy Mansion, so it was falling apart. You know. And Playboy Mansion had all of its kind of issues, you know. There, you know, you got that running joke in there, you know. I don't know about going and swimming. Don't go drinking the water in the grotto of that Playboy Mansion, right? For all the parties and stuff that was going on there, right? And it looks beautiful in pictures, right? However, it's all getting renovated right now by the new owner. The new owner of the Playboy Mansion was this guy, what's his name? Dean Metropolis. The guy's Greek. He owns I think it's Procter and Gamble. His family owns, and he owns Pabst Blue Ribbon beer company. So the guy is a billionaire. You know, he's got a lot of money. He owns a lot of brands. Look at it, the guy's only 33 years old and he's able to buy the Playboy Mansion, and he already owns a mansion next door. You know, this is the guy. Must be nice. Anyway, why did Hugh Hefner ask for a life estate? Well, he needed a place to live still. So he sold the mansion so that he could get the money, because he's spending money. Playboy magazine's not doing as good as it used to in its heyday. You know, with the internet, everybody can get their porn online, I guess, and the news, they could get it from online and cable and other places. So the Playboy magazine was not doing as good, especially when he turns it over to his son. I think his daughter managed it for a little period, then he turned it over to his son. His son did a horrible job managing it. I think the year that Hugh Hefner died, his son decided he was going to do a politically correct revamp of Playboy magazine, and they had their first transgender centerfold. Okay, but I don't think Playboy's regular audience was looking for that. Okay, so needless to say, they ran that magazine into the ground. The only thing that really is value there, they sold the Playboy. Hugh Hefner then sold the Playboy estate. The only thing that really had that money to it was the logo. You know, everybody's got car fresheners and everything with that Playboy thing. So he sold the Playboy Mansion with a stipulation that he gets a life estate back. He just needs to pay $1,000 a year, or it was either $100 a year or $1,000 a year. Because anytime you have a contract, in order for it to be valid, there has to be some sort of a value attached to it. So he sold the mansion, that's one contract. And then the life estate going back to him, that's another contract. And so the agreement was, it's like $100 or $1,000 a year he had to pay to the new owner to have the life estate. But then Hugh Hefner died the next year, so it didn't really matter much anyway. The new owner got the property right away. I think Hugh Hefner was, what was he, 91 when he died. All right, so understand a good example where you could have a life estate. I'm going to give you another. there's something called a life estate per autre vie. It means for the life of another. And a life estate per autre vie, it means it's based on someone else's life. It's not based on the person's life it's given to, it's based on someone else's life. So let me give you an example. Let's just say that I have an elderly mother. Okay, I'm selling my property. I'm getting the hell out of New Jersey. Okay, but my mom wants to stay here. You know what? She's older. And you know what? You're a good friend. And, you know, I think you have some history with taking care of older people, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you ownership of my house. I'm giving you my house. I'm just giving it to you. I'm going to give it to you, but that ownership is based on my mother's life with a further stipulation that you live in that house with her and you're taking care of her. All right. So when she dies, you lose the property. It comes back to me. So it's not a life estate based on your life. It's a life estate based on her life. So you see different ways and different reasons why these life estates can be structured. You have a life estate, which is based on the life of the person it's given to. And then you have a life estate per autre vie. It means for the life of another, based on a third party's life. So know that term, per autre vie. It is Latin, okay? If anybody was asking, it's not French. I know French has the same term. It sounds the same. It's pronounced the same. But if it was French, it would be P-O-R, not P-U-R, okay? This everything with real estate, when it pertains to contracts and stuff, it's all Latin terms, Latin terminology, okay? So, per autre vie, what does it mean?
Another life.
For another's life, for based on the life of another, correct. So you need to know the three types of ownership, the three types of freehold estates and the other names that they go by. Fee simple absolute, fee determinable, defeasible fee, conditional fee. A restrictive covenant is a restriction placed in deed. It's a restrictive legal promise. A remainder man is a third party named in an instrument document to be a beneficiary. A life estate is ownership of real estate, but it's based on the life of the person it's given to. So therefore, if I give you a life estate, can you leave the property in a will to your kids?
Yes. No.
No.
No,
No.
because when you die, the property reverts back to the person who gave it to you. Okay, there's a little tricky there, huh? So a life estate is based on the life of the person it's given to. Upon your death, it goes back to the person who gave it to you. So that's why you cannot leave it by will. See, I got it here in the note. They can't leave by will. Okay. And then a life estate per autre vie, for the life of another. It's based on the person's life. It's based on someone else's life. All right. And the next couple slides are just going over the same stuff that I had all conveniently on that one slide. Okay. Now, dower and courtesy. Here we go. We already went over this yesterday, but now we're just getting into it in the book. So I want you to highlight on page 95 under dower and courtesy. Dower is an ancient right under which a wife has certain interest upon her husband's death in any real estate he owned during their marriage. Courtesy is a similar right the husband retains in the wife's estate. And as of May 28, 1980, New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights. So you need to know that. Dower and courtesy abolished the creation of new dower and courtesy rights in New Jersey, May 28, 1980. Actually, I should make a little bit of a change to that slide. Excuse me. I'm just going to move the words around just to say New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower courtesy rights as of May 28, 1980. There we go. New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights as of May 28, 1980. Dower is the wife's interest in her husband's estate upon his death. Courtesy is the husband's interest in the wife's estate upon her death. And New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower courtesy rights as of May 28, 1980, and instead now gives both husband and wife the right of joint possession of the property that is their main marital residence. So if your spouse dies, if you only have one house, the house that you're living in, your marital residence, one spouse dies, the other gets it. That's what joint possession is, as you can see here. Property acquired before this date gives the surviving spouse a life estate in all the real estate that's owned by the deceased person, no matter what the other provisions are made for in a will, because you can't write your spouse out of a will, at least before May 28, 1980. If that's the case, you want to write your spouse out of a will for certain things, you better get a prenuptial agreement. In New Jersey, children may be disinherited, but the surviving spouse is entitled to at least 1/3 the estate for all property acquired after May 28, 1980. And the determination of the augmented estate is complex calculation. If the required minimum is not left to the surviving spouse, the courts may grant half the estate to them by right of election. Actually, 1/3 the estate by right of election. That's incorrect. Damn it, sorry. Oh, slideshow, stay there, okay. Oh, wrong slide. Okay. One-third. All right. Why do we need to know about dower and courtesy rights, though? Why do we as real estate agents need to know that? Because we need to know who needs to sign the contracts when only one of the spouses is listed as the owner. Look, if you're married and it's your primary marital residence, it doesn't matter when it was. Both spouses need to sign any sales contracts, any listing agreements, etc. They both do, because they both have an interest in the primary marital residence, even if the one spouse is the only one that owned it prior to the marriage. Well, it's now the joint marital residence, so you both have an interest in it. But if you were married before May 28, 1980, both spouses have dower and courtesy rights. So can you own real estate, like an investment property that your spouse has no interest in?
Yes.
Sure you can. Sure you can. And if you were married before May 28, 1980, your spouse still had an interest in any property that you owned. Any property. You couldn't own a property. Even if you have an investment property, your spouse has to sign off on the sale of any investment property because they have rights to at least 1/3 of it. Okay, so when selling that property, your spouse should also sign it. But if you're married after May 28, 1980, any property that you own that's not the main marital residence, if you're the only one listed as the owner, your spouse does not have to sign any contracts. Only the person who's listed as the owner does. All right, so encumbrances. What is an encumbrance? Anybody know that word, encumbrance? Not in real estate, just in real life. The word encumbrance, it's a burden. Let me give you a visual. If I jump on your back, are you encumbered by my weight?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 You're burdened by my weight.
Yeah.
Can you still move around?
No. I mean, you can, but
You can,
depends
but
on the
it's a
weight.
lot harder to, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's exactly what I want, the kind of image I want indelled in your mind before we get started here, embedded in your mind before we get it started. So if I jump on your back, you're encumbered by my weight, but can you still move? Yeah, it's just a lot harder to. Now, let's turn to real estate a little bit. Now, we didn't go over any kinds of encumbrances yet pertaining to real estate, okay? But if real estate is encumbered by something, can you still sell it? Can you still move it? Yes, it's just a lot harder to. I want you to have that understanding before we start getting into the types of encumbrances, because that could start making it harder for you to remember this, okay? So if real estate's encumbered by something, just like if you're encumbered by something, if I jump on your back, it's harder to move, but you could still move. If real estate's encumbered by something, can you move it, meaning sell it? Yes, it's just a lot harder to. Now that you have that understanding of it, let's get into what kinds of encumbrances are there pertaining to real estate. Well, we could start off with liens. Well, here's the different types of encumbrances. We have claims, liens, charges, or liabilities attached to and binding on real property would be an encumbrance. An encumbrance limits the property's use, value, or title, the ownership. A lien is one category of encumbrance. A lien is a financial claim on property. So what's a lien? It's a financial claim on property. So in the book, highlight encumbrances. An encumbrance is a claim, lien, charge, or liability attached to and binding on real property. And then you're going to highlight liens are financial claims on the property. And then the next bullet point you're going to highlight, there's physical or usage encumbrances as well. So let's go over the different kinds of mortgage liens, or different types of liens. You have a mortgage, right? A mortgage loan becomes a lien on a property, right? That until that loan is paid off. Now, what kind of lien is that? Is that voluntary or involuntary, a mortgage loan?
Voluntary.
Voluntary. You went out of your way to get the loan, right? But when you get a loan, until it's paid off, it does create a lien on the property. It's a financial claim that's on the property, because that's what a lien is, it's a financial claim.
Isn't that what they call mortgage too?
What's that?
Don't they call it like the mortgage is a lien? So
well, the mortgage loan creates a lien on the, or can be used to create a lien on the property. Because what is, if we just look at the definition of a lien is a financial claim, or somebody has a financial interest in the property. That's it. So if you have an outstanding loan on the property, somebody has a financial claim on it, right? It would be in their best interest to record that in the public records that attach to the ownership documents pertaining to the real estate. So if anybody goes to buy that property, they could do a search of the public records and see that there's an outstanding loan that has not been paid off yet. Now, we also have tax liens. Taxes are a bill on the real estate, the property taxes, become a lien on the property until they're paid off. Now you have to pay taxes every year, and you get a tax bill every year. But do you have to pay your taxes in full at the beginning of the year? No, they bill you quarterly. The municipality will bill you quarterly. Every 3 months, you'll get a tax bill. All right, but either way, as of January 1, until the taxes are paid in full, the taxes become a lien on the property to ensure that they get paid. Lawsuit judgments, those could create, somebody gets a judgment against you. What is a judgment?
When you owe money?
Yeah, it's basically a decree from the court where a judge makes a decision and a judge says, here's a piece of paper. I rendered a decision that that person owes you X amount of dollars. Here you go, you got it on paper. It's one thing to get a judgment. This is a judgment. It's a piece of paper that says you owe me money. It's another thing to collect it. If the person got no money, how are you going to collect it? I mean, I've had a lawsuit judgment for over 20 years for $55,000 against somebody. I haven't received anything yet. You know, a lot of time the guy was in jail, and after that, you know, hasn't exactly had any good jobs, so to speak. So I haven't been able to collect on that $55,000 judgment. But a judgment's just a piece of paper that says someone else owes you money. But I could take that piece of paper, if I find out that he owns real estate, I can file that lien against the property ownership and make a claim against it. So if he goes to sell it, no buyer is going to want to buy that property until he pays me off what he owes me. Now, we also have physical or usage encumbrances. A deed, such as deed restrictions, easements, licenses, and encroachments. Well, let's start off this way. Easements and encumbrance, deed restrictions. We already learned about some examples of deed restrictions where we call them restrictive covenants. It's anything that could put a restriction on the property. You know, you can't use the property. You have to use the property as a campsite. You can't use it as a gas station. You know, these are deed restrictions. Can they affect the value of the property and the saleability, the desirability of it?
Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure they can. Now, an easement is a right to enter someone else's land for a particular purpose. It's only a right. They don't have ownership. Easement is only a right. Licenses are permission to enter someone else's land for a particular purpose. It's only permission. We're going to be learning about those in the coming slides. And then lastly, we have encroachments. Anyone know what an encroachment is? An encroachment is anything that crosses over onto your neighbor's property. Like you have a tree hanging over their property line, or the neighbor built the shed over the property line, or they put up a fence, but the fence is on my property. They're encroaching into my territory. An encroachment always is something that's crossing over into someone else's property. And I had a student in my last class that gave me a good way to remember an encroachment. Are encroachments something that are voluntary?
Yeah.
It can be. It
Can be.
wait,
I don't know. I don't want the neighbor's fence put up on my property. I don't want the neighbors to build a shed up over the property line on my property. Encroachments are usually something you don't want. The word encroachment has the word roach in it. So much like a roach, it's something you don't want, right?
I got a question about the will.
The will. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Can you put in your will that you don't want the property to be, I guess, to leave the family for a certain amount of years?
No. Good question. No, you cannot, because it's too restrictive. I get what you're coming at. You know, I was thinking about that too with restrictive covenants. Can you put a restriction in a deed? You know, as long as the restriction is legal. Now, is there anything illegal about asking that the property remain in the family? No. However, it is too restrictive of a covenant because you're telling somebody, you could prevent somebody from being able to sell the property altogether by saying it can only be sold to a family member. You got to keep it in the family. But what if no family member wants to buy it? What if nobody has the money in the family to buy it? Now you're stuck owning the property? No. So it's too restrictive. So the law, the courts will not allow that to be upheld. It's too restrictive.
I have a question based on that. Technically, is the only way you can pass down that property to like a family member is only by selling?
No, you could leave it to somebody in a will. But his question was, can you put a restriction in a deed that I sell you the property? Can you put a restriction in a deed that says that property needs to, look, say I'm your brother and I sell you the property or give you the property, but I put a restriction in the deed that says you can never sell it. You got to keep it in the house. You got to keep it in the property. You got to keep it in the family. Okay, that's too restrictive to say you got to keep this property in the family if you were to sell it or give it away. It has to remain in the family. Okay, that's too restrictive. That's what he was asking. Okay, here's a little brain teaser. All liens are encumbrances, but not all encumbrances are liens. There's other kinds. That's true, right? Think about it. As we read these questions, we should define them in our head. What is a lien? It's a financial claim.
Claim of property.
So let me read this question. This is how I read questions, and this is the way you should read questions on exams when you study these words and you know their definitions. All liens are encumbered. So let's stop right there. All liens, all financial claims are burdens. An encumbrance is a burden, but not all burdens are financial claims, liens. Yeah, that makes perfect sense when I define it and make it simple, stupid, right? But until we could do that without even thinking, we could start translating these words in our head. These questions on exam, if you were to read something like this, all liens are encumbrances, but not all encumbrances are liens, it takes you a minute to try to figure out what they're saying. But if I just if I translate these words in my head like this, all financial claims are burdensome, but not all burdens are financial claims. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I understand that perfectly fine, right? So a lot of these exams are terminology. You really got to study your terms. So a lien is a financial claim against property to provide security for a debt or obligation of the property owner. Liens can be voluntary, which means it's something that you wanted, or involuntary is something that you don't want, like your property taxes. Nobody wants to pay that, but it's a bill, unfortunately, we have to pay. A voluntary lien would be your mortgage loan, right? You went out of your way to get that. Now, liens can also be classified as general or specific. General lien, remember I told you about the word general? Anytime you hear the word general, it's a wide scope. It affects more stuff. A general lien affects all property that you own. So a general lien affects all the property that you own, whereas a specific lien would only affect one property. So property taxes, voluntary or involuntary?
Voluntary.
Involuntary. Nobody wants to pay the property taxes, but you got to. Property taxes, are they general or specific?
Specific.
Specific. If you don't pay your taxes, they'll foreclose on that one property. It's not gonna affect another property that you own that you're paying your taxes on. It'll only affect that one property. Just like a mortgage loan. Is it voluntary or involuntary?
Voluntary.
Voluntary.
General or specific?
Specific.
Specific. If you don't pay your mortgage loan, they could only foreclose on that one house that you did not pay the mortgage loan on. Okay? So, encumbrances, liens and otherwise, they run with the land. That term run with the land means that it passes on to the next owner anytime that you transfer the ownership. Liens, on the other hand, they attach to the property, not to the property owner. Okay, well, not on the other hand, but liens attached to property, not to the property owner. I should say therefore, liens attached to the property, not to the property owner. So real estate taxes have first claims against the proceeds of such a sale. That sale would be a foreclosure sale. Now, what determines, in the event of foreclosure, what determines who gets paid back first?
The bank.
What determines that?
In the order that it is
The
recorded.
property,
In the
the property
lien-
taxes.
Correct. Liens get paid back according to the order in which they're recorded in the public records. And that is determined by the date of recording. So the date that somebody files or records a document, their lien in a public record, that will create the lien repayment order, with the exception of taxes. Taxes always jump to the front of the list. If the taxes don't get paid, they jump to the head of the line, all right? Two things are certain in life: death and taxes. You're all gonna die, and you all gotta pay taxes in the meantime. And look, even after you die, you need to pay taxes. You get estate taxes. Your estate gets taxed, right? And then your heirs get taxed on that. So isn't that kind of like a double tax?
Yeah.
And welcome to New Jersey. We got one of the higher death taxes in New Jersey. So, you know, talk to your financial planner or attorney when preparing your wills and such. See if there's a way that you could create a way that when you die, your heirs can get your stuff, your kids can get your stuff with paying as little money possible to the state. Okay. There's state and federal estate taxes. When somebody dies, that a percentage of that gets paid to them. You know, the state gets a chunk and the federal government gets a chunk. Now, President Trump tried doing away with the federal estate tax. I don't know if he did yet or not. Got to talk to a tax professional, find out if he did yet or not. I don't know if he can do that on his own or if he needs Congress and the Senate to pass that first. But I know that's one of his things that he wanted to do, was to do away with the federal estate tax, because it's wrong for the federal government. They tax you when you get paid, right? And then they're going to tax you again when you die for the same stuff for your belongings that you already have. Now, this is another argument that's political, you know. One party says that when you die, you got to pay your fair share, or when you're alive, when you're earning income, you got to pay taxes. That's paying your fair share, right? To support government, the operation of government. But they also say that when you die, they want another piece of it. They want another bite of it. All right. Whereas the other, they're saying, no, you already paid it. You shouldn't have so much government intrusion. You shouldn't be paying double tax, let alone tax the first time. All right, so liens are voluntary. It's something that you wanted. Voluntary liens are something you wanted. Some examples of voluntary liens are mortgage loans or HELOCs. These are home equity lines of credit. Equity is the built-in value you have in your house. You buy a house and it goes up $10,000 in value. You now have $10,000 additional equity in your home. Okay, it's built-in value. You pay down $10,000 on your mortgage. Well, now you have $10,000 additional equity. Well, actually, that one is a calculation you need to figure out a little bit more. But here's a better way of explaining equity. Equity is the difference between the market value of a property and what's owed on it. So when you first buy a house, your equity is equal to your down payment. Don't worry, we'll have that on another slide. Liens could also be involuntary, like real estate taxes, which those are specific involuntary liens. Unpaid federal income taxes. Those actually become a general lien. They're involuntary general liens against all the property that you own. And lawsuit judgments can become involuntary liens that are also general. You could file them against all property somebody owns. Okay. When somebody has a lien, you got a mortgage loan. Is that lien ever removed from the public record?
Yes.
Yes.
Once
For a
it's
certain amount of time and paid.
It's there forever. It's never removed.
Really?
When somebody pays off the loan, they just add another document to the public record called a satisfaction of lien. So now somebody who's searching the public records, they could see, well, on this date, you took out a loan for this amount, and on this date, oh, it was paid off. There's a satisfaction of lien. It shows that it was paid off. So you could match up all the documents, and you could do, and this way, a future owner can do a complete search of the public records and see throughout history any claims or interest that anybody ever had in that property, who the previous owners were, when they make sure that all the previous owners signed the deed to transfer the ownership. If one of the owners died, who inherited their interest that had the right to sell it? Did an heir who was left that property sign? If that's true, you have to record their will to show that you inherited this property legally. Otherwise, we got somebody's signature. Who is this person? You know, we need to, this way we could do a complete search of the public records and match up all the documents to make sure that throughout history that there were never any improper transfers of ownership that took place. So anytime you add a document to the public record, it's there forever. It's never removed.
But does it get removed from the credit reports and things like that?
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
credit report, actually, no, it's not removed from your credit report. On your credit report, it just shows paid, settled. It shows that you had a mortgage loan that was paid, settled, paid or settled, right? Those things will reflect there too, but that's good. That improves your credit, right?
Mhm.
By the way, let me check what my credit is.
But does it ever get removed though? Like, you know, like after a certain amount of years or no?
Oh, well, yeah, your
Every
credit reports,
7 years.
your credit
Every
reports
7
cycle.
years.
Yeah, your credit reports cycle through your information. That's why they
Oh,
tell you
okay.
that if you ever do a bankruptcy, it'll be on your credit report for the next 7 years, right? Now,
Yeah.
technically, it's never removed. It'll still stay on your credit report. They just cannot consider it when issuing new lines of credit. They cannot no longer consider anything that's older than 7 years.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, look, you guys, anybody got Credit Karma app on your cell phones? Well,
Yes.
you get on mine because it's green.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, you should.
Great.
Monitor
Right.
your credit. This is the way you make sure that nobody else is misusing your social security number or getting credit in your name. Oh man, my credit score went down. But it ain't bad. That ain't a bad credit score, is it?
That's awesome.
And that's excellent.
Yeah, but it went down. Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, it was 840 something. The thing is, I get book billed,
Wow.
you know, for the school, and I charge them on my credit, you know. So when every time I have the credit until I pay it, you know, if I got charges and your debt to income ratio gets a little bit out of whack, your credit gets starts bouncing around like crazy. But once I pay that bill off, it'll jump back up to like 840 something.
Because you have to stay at 30% below your credit in order for it not to drop.
Your available
Credit
credit.
limits.
So now,
Available credit.
so what happens if I go out and I get another credit card?
Well, that increases your credit.
Yeah, there you go. So you got to try to play this game that they have to figure out the system that they got going on. Everything I pretty much buy, I buy on credit, but I only buy it if I have the money to pay it off in full at the end of the month. So
Yeah.
I pay off my bills regularly. I pay them off in full at the end of the month, and boom. Look, I used to have terrible credit, but you know, I figured it out. I figured it out. I found out a way to do things. I'm not to live beyond my means, especially when you're younger. This is a way for people always screw that up, you know. unexpected bills. All of a sudden you start charging everything, but then you make sure you got the money to pay it at the end of the month. Try not to carry balances.
That's a hard
All right.
one.
Now, so a satisfaction of lien is a document that's recorded by the lender in a public record that shows the lien had been satisfied or paid off. Any liens on the property create what's known as a cloud on the title. Ooh. When you hear cloud on title, I want you guys to think of the dark thunderstorm cloud hovering over the house, right? You know what? I can't find these pictures. I look for cartoons. I remember when I was a kid, there were cartoons, one of these Looney Tune cartoon type things where there was a thunderstorm cloud. There was these people were moving into the house, and it was really creepy, right? They had this house over here. They had this old style house, you know, and this old style house that they had with all their creepy windows and stuff in there. Right, here's their house. Boom, boom. And that house had, you know, they got their picket fence over here, right? Whatever. Maybe have a gravestone in front of it. and they had these dark clouds above the house. All right. If you have these dark thunderstorm clouds that are just hovering over this home, right? With the rain, always raining over that house, right? And then you have, you know, the bolts of lightning coming down. Right? I can't draw. All right. You don't want to buy a house like that, do you? You want to buy the house that's the only house on the block that's got a thunderstorm, the cloud over it? Or do you want to buy this neighboring house next door that's got the sunshine above it? Which one would you rather have?
One with the sun.
Right? So nobody wants that house with the thunderstorm and the constant rain, the dark cloud hanging over it. So I want you to have this picture in your head when you think about cloud on the title. What does the word title mean?
Ownership.
Ownership.
So if there's a dark thunderstorm cloud hovering over your ownership, what does that mean?
Cloud on the title.
Yeah, but what does that mean to you? If you got a dark thunderstorm cloud hovering over your ownership, what does that mean? There's a problem.
Yeah.
And you want to clear up that problem and let the sun shine in, right? So let's clear up that problem. So I just want you guys to have an understanding of the word cloud on title. Cloud on title means there's a problem pertaining to the ownership of that house. Whether one of the previous owners never signed the deed, that would create a cloud on the title, right? Mm-hmm. So look, here's another example. If you have mother and father that owned the property and they died, and they left the property to their 3 kids, kid number 1, kid number 2, and kid number 3, right? Now, kid number 1 and kid number 2, they go to sell this property. Here's their house. They go to sell their house. They want to sell this house and get their money. Kid number 3, they don't know where he is. He's an estranged child. They haven't seen him in years. So these two sell the house. Now this new owner has a cloud hovering over this house. They got this dark thunderstorm cloud hovering over this house. Because this guy can always step forward and be like, I have rights to that house. Mom and dad left the house to all of us, not just 2 of you. I am one of the owners too. I don't want to sell that house. So this creates a problem for this new owner. How can we clear up that cloud? Well, if they found that they tracked him down and got him to sign to sign a deed, and then he got paid, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have something like that. Let's just say that these kids, they also got his share of the money, but they took his share of the money and they put it in a bank account. So they got his money here, and his money is waiting in a bank account for him. Okay. All he has to do before he could touch it, though, is he has to sign what we call a quitclaim deed, where he's going to give up any interest that he had in this house. He's going to give up any interest that he had in this house. And then he'll be able to get that money. So he has to sign a quitclaim deed, and then he'll get his share. But if he says, I don't want the money, I want the house, well, then this guy's got a problem. He will probably go now and sue these two to get all of his money back, because he doesn't have free and clear ownership of that house. But he should have done his due diligence and done his research at the beginning. He would have seen that there were two owners of that property, the mother and father, right? And if they're not the names on the deed that for the property that he's buying, he's got to find out, well, who gives these people the right to sign the document to buy the house from them? They need to produce some kind of evidence that they're the legal owners now. And what document would do that? Well, the parents' will, right? All right. So liens, the repayment order of liens are established by their priority. The priority is determined by the date of recording in the public record, with the exception of two things: tax liens, which always jump to the front of the line, and mechanics liens, which are basically contractors' liens. These are retroactive. Even though the contractor did not record the lien before another, they're retroactive to the date that materials were delivered or work was performed, whichever happened first. So a mechanics lien, even though they record a lien in the public record after someone else, they can jump ahead of them in the lien repayment order, depending on when the work was done or when the materials were delivered, whichever occurred first. So they're retroactive. They're unique in that way. But we learned a new term here: mechanics lien. All right, so let's do some highlighting on page 96. Highlights. Liens is a financial claim against property that provides security for the debt or obligation of the property owner. And then highlight at the last sentence: liens are either voluntary or involuntary, or general or specific. And then you could just put a highlighted box around the next couple paragraphs that talk about voluntary and involuntary and general and specific. Okay. Okay. Yes, Mr. Hand. All right. Let's see. Effects of lien on a title. Go down to the bottom of the page and highlight, and on the second line under effects of lien on title. Encumbrances, liens, and other kinds run with the land.
Can't really hear you. What did you say?
Okay.
Hi, which one is it again? Can you repeat?
Yep. Okay, so you're gonna go to the bottom of the page of page 96 under effects of liens on title. And you're gonna highlight on the second line, encumbrances, liens and other kinds run with the land. That means that they're going with the real estate that's being sold and they're legally binding even after there's a new owner, even after the sale. They go with the real estate and are still binding after sale. Actually, highlight that whole thing. Yeah. Encumbrances, liens and other kinds run with the land. They go with the sale. They go with the real estate and are still binding after the sale. And in the next paragraph, you're going to highlight liens attached to the property, not the property owner. So if I sell my property and I have liens on the property from I got a lawsuit judgment, somebody got a judgment against me and they put a lien on my house. Can I sell my house to you?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Okay. It wouldn't be too bright of you to buy it though, unless the juice was worth the squeeze.
Now, is
So-
your title search supposed to find that?
Yeah, if you do one.
Now, if you do one on a title search and there is a lien, but your title company didn't find it, can you sue your title company for that?
All right, hold on a second. What's common in New Jersey is when we get title company, what is a title company? You mean the insurance company, the title insurance company? Is that what you forgot to say the word insurance in there?
I assume, yes.
So if you ordered title insurance, yes. But if you just ordered a title search, no. You could search a title, you know. I'm sure that if you're just ordering a title search without the insurance, they're not giving you any guarantee. The guarantee is if you buy the insurance, then they're going to insure you that the title is good. But you could also be sure that they're going to do a very thorough search of the public records to make sure that there's no outstanding liens or encumbrances on that property, because there could be other kinds of encumbrances. One of the previous owners never signed a deed or transfer of sale, or way back when, generations ago, if somebody steps forward and says, you know, my grandpappy's grandpappy was swindled out of this property, he never sold it, and I can prove it. Well, if that guy takes me to court and he does prove it, guess what? The person I bought the property from never had legal ownership. So that dating all the way back to when this guy's grandpappy's grandpappy owned the property, all those transfers of ownership since then are invalid. They're illegal. It's kind of like if I bought stolen goods, right? Let me see. If I buy a stolen laptop, okay, but I bought it. You stole a laptop from a store, all right? And then you sold it to me. I paid you for it. And you get arrested, the cops find you, and then you rat out the fact that you sold it to me. Do I get to keep it if I tell the police, yeah, but I paid for it?
No.
No, because I bought stolen property. It works the same way with real estate. So if I own real
It's
estate,
actually a charge.
well, if I knew about it, right? I mean, if I buy real estate from you, but somebody who you bought it from improperly had it, but you never did that home inspection, which we call a title search. A title search is a type of home inspection, isn't it? It's a search of the public records pertaining to the ownership of this property. So if you didn't bother to do that inspection, an inspection would have uncovered such a problem. But if you didn't bother to do it, or it did not show and a mistake was done in the title search, I hope you got title insurance. There are two title insurance policies, a buyer's policy and a lender's policy, and you should buy both when buying real estate. The lender's policy would basically, if somebody takes me to court and they could prove that they're the owner, I have no choice. I got to turn over the stolen goods, the property, back to the person who won the claim. But where does that leave me? I put a lot of money out to buy this house. I've been making mortgage payments as well. Well, the lender's policy will pay off any outstanding amount on the loan, and the buyer's policy will reimburse me for any money that I have laid out. So I hope you got title insurance as well. Okay, what are the effects of liens on the title? Well, we know they run with the land. Liens attach to the property, bless you, not the property owner. The priority of liens is determined by the order in which they are recorded in the public records, which they are paid. That was a mistake, obviously. So priority of liens are the order in which, the priority of, the priority of liens takes priority. Okay, so priority of liens is establishes the order in which they are repaid. That's probably a better explanation there. Priority of liens. Establishes the order in which debts are repaid. Right? Tax liens take priority over all other liens. They jump to the head of the line. Two things certain in life, death and taxes, right? Otherwise, they're repaid according to the date that they're recorded in the public record. Mortgage liens, construction liens, which are contractor liens, which are also known as mechanics liens. And they're retroactive back to the date the work was performed or the materials were delivered, whichever occurred first. So let's highlight on page 97. Priority of lien is determined in the order in which liens, the debt will be paid off in a case of foreclosure. Real estate taxes and special assessments, stop, then go to the next line, take priority over all other liens. Did everybody get it, that highlight like that? The priority of liens, you're highlighting under the priority of liens. The priority of liens determine the order in which debts are repaid or to be paid off in the case of foreclosure. Real estate taxes and special assessments, stop the highlight, then go to the line below it and highlight, take priority over other liens. And then go to the line below that and highlight priority, which is normally determined by the date of recording in the public records of the county, in the county where the property is located. Okay. Judgments is just a decree from the court saying that someone else owes you money. And there's other kinds of liens as well. All right. So lis pendens. Okay, well, mortgage liens. Let's go down first, page 97, all the way down the bottom of the page. Mortgage lien is a voluntary lien. Next page, 98. Construction lien, we're going to highlight mechanics lien or construction lien on page 98 at the top of the page on the first line. Mechanics lien, construction lien. We're just going to highlight that. And then highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph. Construction liens are unique in that they are retroactive to the date that the work was in question originally began or when the materials were delivered. I already explained to you what a judgment was, so we don't need to highlight anything here. Other liens, we have federal IRS tax liens, child support liens, all kinds of other liens like that. Those would be general liens. Go down to lis pendens and highlight the title lis pendens, like we see on our screen over here. Lis pendens, we're going to highlight that. And then I'm going to read a bit, and then you're going to follow along. It says, a judgment or other decree affecting real estate is rendered at the conclusion of a lawsuit. Generally, considerable time elapses between the filing of a lawsuit and the rendering of a judgment. When any suit is filed that potentially affects title, the ownership, to a specific parcel of real estate, such as with a foreclosure suit, a notice known as a lis pendens is recorded in the public records. Highlight, a lis pendens is not a lien, but rather a notice of possible future legal action against the property. Recording the lis pendens gives notice to all interested parties, such as prospective purchasers and lenders, and establishes a priority for the later lien, which is dated back to the date that the lis pendens was filed for the record. The lis pendens creates a cloud on the title until the lawsuit is settled. All right, if it becomes a lawsuit. What is a lien? Lis pendens, I'm sorry. What's a lis pendens? It's a public notice, that's all it is. It's a public notice that there's a possible future legal action pending. And what would that possible future legal action be?
Lien.
Legal action. A lien is a financial claim.
Foreclosure.
Foreclosure. Foreclosure. Okay. So if I'm buying a house and I do a title search, I will see a lis pendens. A lis pendens means that, look, when you have a loan, when you have a mortgage loan on a house, if you fall behind 2 months on your mortgage payments, the lender is required to file a lis pendens in the public records. What's a lis pendens? It's just a public notice that there may be possible future legal action against this property owner. That legal action would be foreclosure if they don't get caught up and pay their mortgage, right? That's all that says. Doesn't mean that they started foreclosure, just means that this person is behind on their payment. And there's a possible future legal action pending. You guys think that that would be a great resource for you as real estate agents or as investors?
Yes.
Well, look, I got two of them resources right here for you. What slide is that? Slide 17?
Because if someone has a lis pendens, that means they're probably motivated to sell, right?
Yeah, they're probably going to need to. Right? They're behind in their mortgage payments. So how could you find out, get a list of people who are behind in their mortgage payments already? Well, the lender files the document in the public records. Now, can you search the public records yourself? I don't know. Do you know how?
Yeah.
You may not know how. So you could go to one of these websites that I provided as resources for you here down the bottom, njlispendens.com and realtytrack.com. Okay, realtytrack.com is more expensive than njlispendens.com, but that's because they also have foreclosure, lis pendens, and REO data. REO is real estate owned. Those are bank owned properties that have already been foreclosed and they're owned free and clear by the bank. So here's two resources for you. Now, if you get the list of people who are behind in their mortgage payments and you want to start reaching out to them to solicit, to try possible listings, right? Those are possible listings, right? Short sales. Those are possible short sales right there. Possibly. I don't know. Why are they behind in their mortgage payments? Okay. So let's reach out to them. But I wouldn't go knocking on their door unless you want to deal with angry people that are wondering how you know about their financial business and they're behind in their mortgage payments. You're going to find some irate people and someone may punch you in the nose. So I would suggest to wait against that. That's kind of confrontational. What are you going to do? Knock on their door? Yeah, according to my records, you're behind on your mortgage payments. Well, who the F are you? How do you know about my debts? How do you know about my mortgage? You know, somebody could get really mad and really, you know, pop you one, right? So you want to avoid that kind of a situation. You don't want to be in that kind of situation. I wouldn't exactly pick up a phone and go calling them either, because sometimes you'll have phone numbers here too. I would not go calling them either. First of all, you don't solicit people if they're not on the do not call list. You got to check that first, right? But even if they are, what are you going to say to them on the phone? Yeah, hi. This is Victor Kaminsky with Jersey Brokers, and according to my records, you're behind on your mortgage payments. I just want to see if you're ready to sell your house yet. I mean, what the? You're going to get somebody that's going to be, wait, who is this? How do you know I'm behind on my payments? People get really, really defensive when you're all up in their finances. You know, first of all, it's a hardship that they're experiencing right now. A lot of times when people are in financial trouble, they don't even tell their closest friends about it. I mean, do you know how much money your friend has in their bank account? Your closest friend? Do you know how much money they have in their bank account? I mean, do you know what their financial situation is? A lot of times people don't even share that with their closest friends. So you, a stranger calling up, you know, they're going to be kind of pissed off that you're all in their business and you have all this knowledge, right? So I suggest that you do this. Send them a mailing. Send them a postcard or a letter. Behind on your mortgage payments? Owe more on your home than it's currently worth? In danger of foreclosure? Getting a divorce and need to sell your home? We can help. Pretty simple, straightforward, and to the point, isn't it? And now you're sending it to a targeted audience that you know needs that and probably has that problem right now. So what are the odds that your advertisement's going to work? They've improved a lot, I'll tell you that. But don't count on them replying to the first time that you send out the mailing. You may have to send it a couple times. Don't send it every day, you know. Send it once a week, you know. Keep doing the follow-ups on this person, but send it multiple times. They just may not be ready for it yet. Sometimes when people are behind on their payments and behind on their bills, they try to hope and pray that the problem's going to go away somehow. Maybe I'll be able to get caught up. And then eventually it gets to the point that it's so dire that they just throw their hands up in the air. But until they reach that point that they realize that they actually have a problem, a lot of times people, they put their head in the sand and they don't admit they have a problem until it's almost too late. And that's usually when they're going to reach out to us. So just be ready that when you do reach out to them, you're probably going to have to be quick with your work that you're doing, because there are time limits for foreclosures and such when there's a sheriff's sale already scheduled and what have you. But here's a couple of great resources for you guys. You're welcome, by the way.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, look, if you're going to send out blanket advertisements to people in a neighborhood, there's a way to do that. I'm going to tell you a cheap way you could do it too, just not in this chapter. Coming. All right. Easement. Now we're going to go over the different types of easement types. Easement types, but list pendants you'll get on exam. You need to know that term, add that to your definition list. So easements, highlight on the page 99 at the top that a right acquired by one party to use the land of another party for a particular purpose is an easement. And underline the word right. And then I want you to go to page 101 for a moment. It's 2 pages from here. Page 101. And I want you to highlight license. You see where it says licenses? I want you to highlight the title, licenses, and highlight the first sentence. Permission to enter the land of another for a specific purpose is a license. And underline the word permission, because that's the difference between a license and an easement. A license is permission to use the land of another for a specific purpose. An easement is a right to use the land of another for a specific purpose.
Where you going?
Can somebody take your rights from you?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can give up your
Yeah.
rights, but when it's established that you have rights, nobody can take your rights from you. You can give them up, but nobody can take them from you. How about your license? Having a license, look at your driver's license. It's a privilege. It can be revoked, right? A license is permission to drive. It's a privilege. Somebody can revoke your permission, but if you have rights, nobody can take your rights from you. They're your rights. Okay, look, a cop pulls you over. You have the right to remain silent. And if you give up that right, do you have to give up that right? No, you don't. Okay, so those are your rights. You know, a lot of times people give them up, but you don't have to give them up. Okay, so a license is permission. So just like with real estate here, so let me give you an example of how a right would licenses would work in real estate. All right, you are you're my neighbor. Hi, neighbor. I have a pool in my backyard. Feel free to come by anytime and you can hop in the pool and use the pool. No problem. I just gave you a license. It doesn't need to be in writing. I just verbally told you, hey neighbor, how you doing? Feel free to come on over. You can use the pool anytime. Just hop in. I don't even need to be home. It's cool. All right. I just gave you permission to enter my land for a specific purpose, to use the pool. Now we get into a fight. I don't want you on my damn property no more. What did I just do? I revoked your license. It's as simple as that. Okay, that's a license. Now, on the other hand, an easement is a right. Once it's established that somebody has a right to enter your land for a specific purpose, you as the property owner cannot prevent them from coming on your property for that specific purpose. They have a right to. They could give up their right to you, but why would they? Maybe you could buy that right back, pay them to give up their right. I don't know. But either way, we're going to go over the different types of rights, the easement rights now. Okay. So an easement is a right acquired by one party to use the land of another for a specific purpose. Easements can be appurtenant, engross, by necessity, or by prescription. We're going to be learning about those. We're also going to learn about party wall agreements and how to create and terminate an easement. So an easement is the right that's acquired by one party to enter the land of another for a particular purpose. And once these rights are created, they run with the land. So if I gave you a right, if I gave you an easement right to enter my land for a specific purpose, and I sell my house, the new owner they cannot take that right away from you. You have that right. Right runs with the land. So even the new owner has to abide by the rights that you have. They have to respect your rights. Okay. So a party may also have an easement right in the air above the land, or a subsurface easement right to what's beneath it. Remember, when you have air rights or subsurface rights, do you own the real estate? No, you only have a right to it. But we learned that those rights, those intangible assets can be valuable still. So the holder of an easement only has rights, not an estate in land of ownership interest in the land over which the easement exists. And easements fall into two categories. They could either be appurtenant or engross. So what does that mean? Well, let's first learn about our first easement, appurtenant. So easement appurtenant, we're going to highlight on page 99, the first sentence, an easement that grants the right of an owner of an adjacent parcel of land is an easement appurtenant. Go underneath the picture on page 99 and continue and highlight here. For an easement appurtenant to exist, there must be two adjacent tracts of land owned by different parties. The tract over which the easement runs is known as the servient estate. The tract that's to benefit from the easement is known as the dominant estate. And then on the next line, I want you to highlight after the word because, I want you to highlight an easement is said to run with the land. And what does running with the land mean? It passes on to the next owner. Okay. Now, easement appurtenant. An easement appurtenant has two adjoining tracts of land, adjacent tracts of land. What is an adjacent tract? That is the neighboring property that's touching yours. It's not the guy across the street. It's your neighbor whose property is touching yours. That's what we refer to as an adjacent tract of land. Okay. You know what? You just draw some new stuff here. Okay, so if you got two properties. You have two properties here. Property A and property B. And let's see, there's a lake on property B's property. And property A owner has an easement appurtenant that grants them access. I'm going to put that in green. It grants them access to use the lake. Okay, that's an easement appurtenant. The property owner A has the right to cross over onto property owner B's property to use that lake. The two properties touch each other. That's an adjacent parcel. And there's two estates. There's a dominant estate and a servient estate. Which one is the dominant estate here?
B.
Well, the dominant estate is the one who benefits from the easement. Who is benefiting out of this relationship?
A.
A. Because he gets to cross over on B's property and use the lake on a property that's not his. So A here is the dominant estate, and B is the servient. Servient kind of looks like servant, right? Servient. They're serving their property up on a platter to lot owner A so that they could walk all over their property and use it. So lot owner A is being the bully. They're dominant one, but they're not a bully. They have a right to do so. They're just exercising their rights. Okay. So you will get a question, I know, on your state exam that they're going to put some kind of long-winded scenario there. And it's usually something like along the lines of somebody crossing over someone's driveway or something. All you got to know is if they ask which one is the dominant estate, or which one's the servient, or if they say, which one is property B owner? Are they dominant or servient? You're going to need to know that. Just like the example that I gave. And it's easy to remember. The dominant is the one that always benefits, right? Doesn't a bully benefit? They push you around, they take your milk money, right? So the dominant is the one that benefits from the easement. You guys with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Now, there's two classifications of easements. They could be appurtenant, which means that you have attached property owners, and there's always one dominant and one servient. Now, easements can also be in gross. An easement in gross is a utility easement. If you look at the picture on page 99, the figure 6.6 here for easements, you see the top easement in gross, you see all those telephone poles running across all these properties here, the telephone lines. An easement in gross is a utility easement for public utilities. So next to at the bottom of page 99, where it says easement in gross, I want you to write utility easement next to it. Utility easement. And then on the last line, highlight if a need for if the need for the easement were to cease, the easement would cease to exist. That statement only applies to an easement in gross. This is the only easement that statement would apply to. If the utility company no longer has a need for those power lines, the telephone poles and such there, then that easement would cease to exist automatically. That's the only type of easement that would apply to. Now, only problem with that is a lot of people don't realize that in the front of your property, or the boundaries of your property, I should say, but let's just look at most residential neighborhoods. Okay. Here's your block. Here's a couple lots of you and your neighbor, A, B, C owners, right? You know that I would say about the first 6 feet of your property here, for this space in here, for about the first 6 feet of your property from the street side, the city has an easement right in your property. And so do public utilities. And the city usually grants those public utilities an easement right. You got the water lines running over here. You've got gas lines running over here. The city can come here and they could plant a tree in front of your house if they wanted to within that player area. Or if you're in an area like this that you have you got these 3 properties here again. But from the street side, this is the street side. Usually there'd be a strip of grass over here, right? And then a sidewalk perhaps. Who owns that sidewalk?
The public.
Yeah, the city owns that, right?
Mm-hmm. But
when it snows, who's got to clear the snow from it?
We do.
You do.
You do.
You do. Okay. It's probably your property because you probably also have to cut this little strip of grass here too, don't you? It's your property. However, the city has an easement right for that first 6 feet. And so this little strip of grass and about the 4 foot wide sidewalk comes out to about 6 feet. Now, if this sidewalk gets broken up, starts falling apart though, you got to fix it?
No.
Nope.
That's a city got to fix that. However, the city may try to give you the runaround, say, oh, that's you, you got to fix it. Dude, don't fix it. You better get an attorney involved in that.
What if somebody slips like on ice on that part?
Well, did you shovel it?
No, if you didn't shovel it, but
If you didn't shovel it, you're gonna get sued.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Most cities have an ordinance that after the last snowfall, so after that last snowflake falls, you got 24 hours to shovel that snow. Okay. Well, look, even if you shovel the snow, people can always slip and fall. If people slip and fall, they could still sue, you know? But if they fall because this sidewalk is cracked, guess who they're going to sue?
Oh, no, they'll sue you for your homeowner's insurance.
They're going to sue the property owner. They'll probably sue the city too, but most likely they're just going to sue you. Because like you said, you got property insurance. They'll probably just sue your property insurance. You know what? I had somebody once who was selling a house. And during this process, we found out that the guy had a lawsuit that was just settled. And he's like, I didn't have no lawsuit. Because I asked him about it. You know, he's like, no, I didn't have no lawsuits. I was like, well, you told me you didn't have any lawsuits. There was just a lawsuit that was settled by your insurance company. He's like, oh, yeah? He's like, I don't know about no lawsuit. Well, what happened is somebody claimed that they fell on his property because the sidewalk was cracked up like this in the city there. And they sued they found out who his homeowner's insurance was, and they sued them, and they never reached out to the property owner. And the insurance company settled it. So
it's like the trees, right? The trees fall on your property, but it's on their side, but they fall on your property. We're responsible.
That's right. That's right. You're responsible for the tree that's on your property now. Yeah.
It happened.
Yeah. So the homeowner now, he was like complaining to the city. He's like, you got to, or because the buyer now, they found out about that trip and fall. They didn't want to buy the house until the sidewalk got fixed. And the homeowner is like, should I fix the sidewalk? I said, no. He asked his attorney. His attorney said, no, that's the city's job. If you do a bad job fixing the sidewalk, now somebody does have the right to sue you. You could have fought the other one if the insurance company just let it go, but you could have fought that. They would have had to sue the city, okay? But their insurance company just went with it. Now, this other guy's buying the property, wanted to sue, or rather wanted him to fix the sidewalk. We said, no. So we had to reach out to the city and get the city to come fix it. It was one of those sidewalks that were lifting up because there were tree roots there that were lifting up the sidewalk, you know? Anyway, could be useful to you someday. All right, so an easement in gross is a public utility easement. It could be for sewer pipes, water pipes, gas lines, maybe you have phone lines or FiOS under the ground or above the ground on telephone poles. You know, those are all public utilities. All right. An easement by necessity is an easement for landlocked properties for the purpose of ingress and egress. Whoa. We got two more Latin words there. Look, now we're not just learning English new words, we're learning Latin too. Look at you guys. You are really learning a new language, right? First it was for otravi, and now it is ingress and egress, all right? So ingress means entrance and egress means exit. All right, let me erase this stuff here. And if you have a property like this, you got property owner A and property owner B. How does property owner B get to their property? When they're clearly surrounded by property owner A's property. This is a landlocked property. There's no way to get to property B unless he crosses over property A owner's property. Now, this road, it's not a driveway, it's a road to property owner A's property. Whose property is this road on?
A.
A. Does B have a right to cross over it?
Yeah.
Yes, because their property's landlocked. There's no other way to get to it. So they have an easement right. We call it an easement by necessity. It's for landlocked properties for the purpose of ingress and egress, exits, entrance and exits, right? Now, who's got to shovel the snow here?
B.
Whose property is
A.
this?
A.
It's A's property. A's responsible for it. Now, let me put a little,
So would B be the dominant?
typically, wait, let me finish this thought. Typically, A will be responsible for this. Unless it's said in the easement, when the easement was created, whoever created that easement, if it was specifically states that B is responsible for the removal of the snow, then B would be responsible. There's that possibility that that would happen, but that's not usually common because it's A's property, so he's responsible. But there always is that possibility. I'm not going to say absolutely it's always that way. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, I was saying, would B be the dominant property?
You tell me.
Yes, because he has the advantage of walking on A's property.
He's benefiting from it, then he's the dominant estate. So there you go. I like to have you answer your own question there. You know, you already know the answer. All right. So yes, and A is the servient estate and B is the dominant estate. Exactly. And then we have an easement by prescription. Oh, this one's going to be a headache. You could tell that already. Got to get a prescription. All right. So an easement by prescription is not automatic. It's an easement that requires adverse possession. Now, adverse possession is a law that allows one person to take ownership of someone else's property if they used it for a period of time as defined by state law. All right, now, in New Jersey, it's going to be 20 years, the common law, but currently it's still, they got the 30 and 60 year one there. Hold on one second. All right. So when you use someone else's property for a period of time as defined by state law, 20 years. It's not 20 years. It's going to be 20 years. Okay. So here, I just updated that. Okay. So you guys can see the slide still or no?
No.
Okay. Let me pull it back up. Yeah. When I bounce around between them, sometimes the Zoom takes the focus off the screen. Okay. So easement by prescription is when you use someone else's property for a period of time as defined by state law. 30 years for improved property, for an improved lot, or 60 years for unimproved woodlands. Now, 20 years is the common law, and that's what the law is going to be changed to. But for exams right now, I would go with the 30 and 60 year period. Okay? 30 years is if it's got improvements on it. What's an improvement? It could have a house or it could have a paved road. That's a man-made improvement, right? Now, when you use someone else's property for a period of time as defined by law. Now, for simplistic purposes for teaching the lesson, let's just go with the common law of what they're going to change it to. It'll be easier for me to explain it here, okay? So we could just establish which one law we're going to go by. So let me just explain this a little bit. It says that the use must be continuous, hostile, adverse to the owner's title, exclusive, and without the owner's approval. That's a mouthful. They're basically saying that if I use someone else's property out in the open, hostile, adverse to the owner's ownership, their title, and I use it exclusively and without the owner's approval, without the owner's permission, if I use it for the period of time as defined by law, I can take them to court and claim ownership of the property. So the use must be continuous, continuously. I'm sorry. That's a miss. Yep, I know you just lost it. Hold on. Must be continuous. The use must be continuous. Hostile. Adverse to the owner's title, exclusive and without the owner's approval. Additionally, the use must be visible, open, and notorious. My use of the property has to be visible. It can't be in hiding that I've been secretly sneaking onto your property and using your property without your knowledge. That person can take, if I use that person's property for a period of time as defined by law, I could take the owner to court and claim ownership of their land. Some people refer to this as squatters' rights. Now, this easement must be perfected in a court. I cannot automatically claim ownership just because I've used it for a period of time. I have to take the owner to court and sue them in a suit that's called a suit for adverse possession, where I am making a claim of ownership for this person's property because I've been using it for a period of time, however long the law requires. All right. So let me paint the picture before we finish going over that. Some of you are getting nervous because all this terminology flying around. It's okay. Look. Let's just say, here, let's give an example like this. We have lot owner A and we have lot owner B. It's not really this complicated, I'm telling you. And here's the property line, okay? This is the property line right here. This is the property line. Okay, property line is clear, right? Right. Okay, great, guys. All right, so lot owner A put up their fence right here. Clearly over the property line, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, let's just go with the 20-year prescription period here for simplicity purposes, okay? If lot owner A has this fence on lot owner B's property for 20 years without lot owner B's permission, as a matter of fact, we know it's again, lot owner B never gave permission because he's always bitching and complaining to his friends. Oh, that frickin' neighbor, they put up the damn fence on my property. He's irate. He's very mad. He's fuming. He's always complaining about it. But he takes no action to get lot owner A to remove the fence from his property. If that fence remains there for the prescribed period of time, we're just going to go with 20 years for our example, then lot owner A can take lot owner B to court. They could sue them in a suit for adverse possession to perfect the easement by prescription, which would grant them ownership of this swath of land that he's been using exclusively, out in the open, hostile, adverse. It's clearly adverse to lot B owner's title because he's trying to claim ownership of it, right? It's clearly against his permission because he's always complaining about that friggin' neighbor A, right? But if he doesn't take any action against his neighbor to get him to remove that fence, then they could claim ownership of his property. So how can lot owner B prevent lot owner A from claiming this ownership? What can lot owner B do?
You can file a suit.
He could call the cops and say, hey, listen, my neighbor put a fence on my property. He could file a complaint and then follow up with it by taking lot owner A to court to get him to remove the fence. So that's one thing, right? They could take legal action.
Mhm. You can knock it down.
You can. Let me ask you a question. I mean, you can. I mean, remember I told you at the beginning of this class, if you use the word can or could, my answer is going to be yes. Can you kill your neighbor? Yes, but there will be consequences. So you could knock it down, but if you knock down their fence, let me try to give you a rationalization behind this. If I park my car in your driveway, can you take a sledgehammer to it?
No.
Sure you can.
Yeah. You
But you're going to be held, I'm going to sue you. You're going to be responsible for repairing my car. Now, your argument is the same as it is right here. Yeah, but it's on my property. That's irrelevant. You should have tried to get me to remove it. Now, how do you remove somebody's car? If your neighbor parks in your driveway, what are you going to do?
Confront him.
Where is it?
Call the tow truck.
How about this? How about you call the cops and have the cops tow it?
Yep.
Right? That's taking legal action, right? That's a way of taking some sort of legal action. You call the police and have them remove somebody who illegally parked their car in your driveway.
Okay, Diana?
You don't take a sledgehammer to it. So I wouldn't say knocking down the neighbor's fence is the best route to go. So take legal action, call the cops, file a complaint, and then take it to court. All right. What's another option which you could do? Well, here's another option which you could do. You could, lot owner B can put up their own fence where it should have been to begin with.
Oh.
And by doing so, they're cutting off lot owner A's direct access to this area over here. Because they don't have direct access. Look, the rule, what did the rule say? It said, the use must be continuous, hostile. Okay, well, right now it's not continuous because we blocked off their access, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that's an option, right? Cut off access. Or there's one more option what he could do. He could give him permission to keep the fence there, at least till the end of the month, and then you got to remove it. What that would do is that would reset that 20-year time clock to 0. And then he has plenty of time to take legal action against them to get it to remove it. Because look again, the use must be continuous, hostile, adverse to the owner's title, exclusive, and without the owner's approval. If the owner gave you permission to have it on their property, you cannot claim ownership of somebody's property who gives you permission to be on their property. These are the rules for adverse possession. So to perfect this easement, it requires that lawsuit called a suit for adverse possession. So how do you prevent the easement by prescription? An owner can take legal action against the adverse possessor. They could cut off their access by stopping the continuous use, or they could give them permission, which resets the time clock. Not a bad slide I made here, huh? It gives you a better definition than reading all of this stuff on the book and still trying to figure it out. And a lot of people are still lost. Okay. So let's go to the book. We'll do some highlighting and then I'm going to play a video for you. All right. Easement by necessity. On page 100. The next page, page 100. Highlights in the second sentence, an easement by necessity can be acquired to gain access to real estate that would otherwise be landlocked. And then the next line below it, highlight for the purpose of ingress and egress, entrance and exit.
I'm really sorry, but I cannot find where this is at.
Page 100, easement by necessity,
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
the second sentence.
Okay.
An easement by necessity can be acquired to gain access to real estate that would otherwise be landlocked.
I got it.
And then and then just below that, the next line, you're going to highlight for the purpose of ingress and egress, entrance and exit. Then under easement by prescription, the next paragraph, we're going to highlight the first sentence. When someone uses another person's land for a certain period of time as defined by state law, an easement by prescription can be claimed. Let me basically give you the rundown. What is an easement by prescription? You're claiming ownership of someone else's property because you've been using it for a period of time. How long is that period? Well, it's defined by law. It varies from state to state. That's why I have a definition like this on the screen in front of you. When you use someone else's property for a period of time as defined by state law, I should finish that definition, shouldn't I? Hold on. By state law, you can claim ownership of the property that has been used. Prescriptive. Okay. Prescriptive period is 30 years for improved lands or 60 years for unimproved woodlands. This law will be changed sometime in the future to 20 years, the common law period. Common law is just a law that's common from one state to the next. It's the same. Okay. But in New Jersey, they're working on changing that prescriptive period to 20 years. But right now they have two laws. One for improved properties, which is 30-year period, and unimproved properties, it's 60. Okay, so in the book then, go to, I know it says here in the book, the prescriptive, in the next sentence, the prescriptive period is 20 years. I want you to draw an arrow from where it says 20 years to the margin. And in the margin, I'm going to give you a cross reference. I want you to write, there is a conflict in the law, and write page 341. There is a conflict in the law, and then write page 341. Because 341 is, we did this yesterday, this was chapter 20. This is where it says that conflict in the law says there's a 30-year period for unimproved, for improved lands, and 60-year period for unimproved vacant woodlands. Okay. All right. Then go to the next sentence and highlight the claimant's use must be continuous, hostile, adverse to the owner's title, exclusive, and without the owner's approval. Additionally, the use must be visible, open, and notorious. In other words, people can see that you're using it. Then on the next line, in the next paragraph, you're going to highlight an owner can halt the process by specifically granting permission for the use or by cutting off continuous use. The other option is legal action. You know what? You should write that there because they don't give that as an option. An owner can halt the process by, and where it says specifically granting permission, I also want you to write legal action above there. Take legal action. They could take legal action, they could cut off the use, or they could grant the owner, the person who's using the property permission. That would reset that 20-year time clock, or prescribed period, whatever this period of time is. Because this law is in all 50 states. Okay. It's just that the period of time may vary from state to state where you could successfully claim an easement by prescription. On the following paragraph, I want you to highlight tacking. Tacking successive periods of continuous uninterrupted occupation by different parties may be combined to reach the prescriptive period. What does that mean? Well, if I'm going to draw you a picture, if we have lot owner A and lot owner B here, like you're seeing on the screen, and lot owner A and lot owner B here, here's the property line. Lot owner A has this fence up on their neighbor, lot owner B's property. They only had the fence up here for 15 years. And then lot owner A died and he left the property to his son. His son can remain there for 5 more years and add his time onto his father's time to reach the prescriptive period of 20 years. If we're going with that common law time. Right? And then he could sue lot owner B. This is called tacking. So, going back to the book to read. Through tacking, successive periods of continuous uninterrupted occupation by different parties may be combined to reach the prescriptive period. That's what you highlight. Now, let me just continue reading. You don't have to highlight. To tack on one person's possession to that of the other, the parties had to have been successors in interest, such as an ancestor and their heir, or a landlord and a tenant, or a seller and a buyer. Highlight, legal action must be taken to perfect this easement. And then write this, suit for adverse possession. You see it right here on screen, the spelling suit? Oh, that's wrong. Suit for adverse possession. The suit should not have an E on there, by the way. It's just suit for adverse possession, S-U-I-T, suit for adverse possession. Yeah. There you go. All right, everybody got that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. So why do they have these laws? This easement by prescription, where you can use someone else's property for a period of time and then take them to court and claim ownership of their property. Well, it's basically it's a law that's a couple hundred years old. It has to deal with farming and farmers. It has to deal with farmers, but it's a law that's a couple hundred years old. And basically, some people use the loophole of the law to try to claim ownership of someone else's property. I'm trying to find my damn web browser. Okay. And let me pull up the adverse possession stuff right now. Adverse possession.
The boundary line between two lots, each lot owner owns half of the wall. The other side.
All right, give me 2 seconds here. Actually, I may already have these videos downloaded. Hold on. Get downloaded.
A bit more bizarre business story. We're going to talk about the headlines about the young man who moved into a $2.5 million mansion near Miami without paying a dime. When first told
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I think I got these videos already downloaded. So let me just try to pull it up. I don't know if I got the same video here twice or if I got this one.
I have to reread this whole chapter.
I got a lot of the videos pertaining to this one particular case, but I have a great video by an attorney too, but that video I think is a little, no, it's not too long, but it could be a little complex for people. But let me see if I can pull it up. Actually, before I pull that up, I'll just pull up this case right here and listen to it.
Now we have a hard to believe but true story out of Florida. It's about a man who figured out how to live in a multi-million-dollar mansion for free. Didn't pay a dime, just walked in and squatted. And so far, some upset neighbors.
All right, you guys aren't seeing this, are you?
No, I can't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not playing.
All right, I got this orange box around it. It's making me think that you guys can see it. I don't know what the hell that orange box is. I think I may have hit a screen print thing. Oh no, I'm recording. Jeez, what the hell am I doing? Got a screen recorder that's recording. Sorry. Wow, what the hell? All right, that screwed me up. I was recording something somewhere, a video from my screen. All right. Where the hell's that video? Oh, gotta open it again. Please move this window away. I don't know. I did some kind of a combination thing. I'm recording something here and I don't know how the hell to stop it. I got a screen recorder running in my computer right now and I don't know what the hell's going on. Just opening my task manager so I could stop this screen recorder. I don't know how the hell to stop it. Give me 1 second here. Snap ethics. Oh, right.
Now we have a hard to believe but true story out of Florida. It's about a man who figured out
Yeah, I can see.
$1 million mansion for free. Didn't pay a dime, just walk in and squatted. And so far, some upset neighbors haven't been able to do anything about it. ABC's Ron Claiborne has the details.
It's a magnificent mansion in a Tony neighborhood in upscale Boca Raton, Florida, worth $2.5 million. But the guy living there these days is paying nothing. He's squatting. And at least for now, no one can legally get him out. His name is Andre Barbosa, a 23-year-old native of Brazil, seen here on his Facebook page. Barbosa moved in last September after the last owner, unable to keep up with the mortgage payments, moved out.
There's been so many foreclosures that there's been a loss of control of property.
Incredibly, the squatter filed legal papers citing adverse possession, an obscure 19th century state law that allows someone to claim an empty property by occupying it for 7 years. Barbosa, whose nickname is Loki after the...
Okay, apparently in Florida, the adverse possession rule is 7 years. New Jersey, it's 30 and 60. They're going to do away with that and go with the common law 20 year. But for right now, it's still 30 and 60 for unimproved woodlands. Florida, in this case, is 7 years.
Force God of Mischief posted this no trespassing notice. Barbosa's new, neighbors aren't at all amused.
Nobody's happy. We all spent a lot of money to live on this street.
Adverse possession is legal in all 50 states. Kenneth Robinson lived in this $300,000 home in Texas for free for 8 months before he was finally ousted. In the Florida case, Bank of America tells ABC News, "We have filed the appropriate and immediate legal action to have this trespasser removed from the property. In the meantime, this mischievous master of this mansion lives on in luxurious splendor for free." For Good Morning America, Ron Claiborne, ABC News, New York.
Well, they eventually got him out, and this was a big to-do. I'm always looking for this other case that was in Florida. There was one where there's this homeless guy. This guy's got long hair. This white guy with long dreadlocks. His hair looks like a rat's nest. He basically moved into a multi-million-dollar mansion that was for sale. And when he moved into that it was for sale, listed on the market with a real estate agent. He moved into the house, changed the locks on he broke into the house somehow, changed the locks on the door. Now, the realtor comes to the house and he sees that his lockbox still on the door handle is laying on the ground. Calls up the owner, what's going on? You know, thinking the owner may have fired him or did something, you know. The owner's like, oh, I don't know, you know. So the owner comes down. Now the owner's there, realtor's there, they knock on the door, this guy answers the door, and you know, they're arguing with him. The guy ends up calling the cops. He closes the door, calls the cops. The squatter does. Cops come. The owner's talking, the realtor's talking. Yeah, this guy's broken into my house. He's in my house. Blah, 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 blah. Cop's like, okay, let me see what's going on. So the cop goes inside and talks to the homeless guy. Comes back out, talks to the realtor and the property owner, and says, you got to leave or I'm going to arrest you for harassing him. Mind you, they told the owner of the property and the realtor that they have to stop harassing the guy who broke into their house and is squatting in their house. The reason being is he filed the appropriate legal documents for adverse possession. And until he has his day heard in court for his claim of ownership, no matter how fraudulent it may be, a cop cannot make a decision on that. Only a judge can. And at the time, there was a backlog on these cases in Florida. This was in Florida too. There was a backlog on these cases of over a year. So that guy actually lived in that house for over a year. And then when the court case was coming up, he contacted the court, and he just canceled the court date and moved out and moved on to another house. People know how to play. Horrible. People know how to play the system. Yeah, but unfortunately the owner's still there. He's still got to pay the taxes on the property. You know, it's screwed up. So, but it's a law that's available in all 50 states. Let me see.
Does it happen a lot in New Jersey?
I don't know. I don't hear of a lot of cases that in New Jersey, because New Jersey, I mean, it doesn't matter, you know, New Jersey got a 30-year period and all, but it's still, how common do people try to pull stuff like this? Yeah.
We have a hard to believe but true story out of Florida.
Well, it happens all over the country. 1 second, apparently I got the same video here again. It happens all over the country. But how does it happen in New Jersey a lot? I don't hear a lot of cases of it, but I'm sure that it does. This particular squatter here, I've got about 4 news stories on this one guy. They eventually got him out of it. I'm trying to find the last one to show you. And there's also a video for a real estate guy that used to have a program on Fox Business Channel called the Property Man. It was all about real estate. It was a real estate attorney who has his license in Florida and in Las Vegas. And he talks about all these, and he did a really good educational program on adverse possession. I've been trying to scour the internet to find that video. If I do, I'm going to put it on our Facebook page so I could share that with you guys. But in the meantime, there's a lot of people out there to do some messed up stuff, as you can
More and more people are taking to get a house for next to nothing. It's an obscure law some hope to cash in on, but often land in jail instead. Our Chris Trankman joins us live in Polk County to explain more on this. Chris?
Well, the sheriff says some people never learn. This is the house in question. It's valued at $160,000. It's in foreclosure, and both deputies and residents here are baffled why a couple thought by breaking in, turning on the power, water, and cable, they would have the right to own the house without paying for it.
With the homes being vacant, it just takes neighbors in the neighborhood having their eyes and ears open.
Danny Rodriguez says residents along Echo Lane noticed a locksmith changing the locks and moving trucks unloading furniture into this vacant house. As the Homeowners Association president, familiar with his neighbors, Rodriguez suspected a scam.
I knew a little bit about adverse possession just from doing some research saying you need to be in the home for 7 years. And I noticed I knew they weren't here for 7 years.
Adverse possession is a Florida law from the 1800s that applies to unoccupied farmland. The property appraiser alerted sheriff's deputies about Sherry Fields and her husband after they filed for the obscure law. They were charged with burglary and grand theft. Meanwhile, Sherry Fields is a teacher at Fort Meade High School.
Come on, girl.
So this is just kind of showing you how a little bit of information can be a dangerous thing. A little bit of knowledge can be a dangerous thing. A little bit of knowledge, you know, you think that you know more than you actually do. You know how people are always like, I know my rights. Well, this person apparently they thought that they knew the whole story, but
Oh, you know, you got a college education. You should know better than that. But anyway, we gave her a field trip to the county jail.
Sheriff Grady Judd says more people are learning about adverse possession from websites online, mistakenly thinking they can use the law to take over an unoccupied house for free.
Of course, we all know
because something's online does not mean that it's real, guys.
it's on the internet. It's got to be true. Well, what they didn't see on the internet was my Facebook page that says, we will put you in jail.
You know, we work hard for our homes and what we have, and it's not fair for someone to just come in and take somebody's possession like that.
And the sheriff says the school teacher and her husband are going on another field trip, this time for a crash course on Florida law. They'll be in the courtroom tomorrow. We're live in Polk County, Chris Trankman.
Yeah, these cases they were actually rampant in Florida in the peak of the mortgage meltdown, where people were putting their homes up for sale or foreclosure and walking away from them. You know, here's one with an attorney who kind of explains it a little bit better. I mean, I do have videos for the outcome of the other one. The guy got kicked out basically, but and he was a part of some sort of anybody ever watch Cops or Live PD when it was on the air before they took it down here?
Yeah.
You know, they had on TV all the time. You know, sometimes they pulled over these weirdos that are like, the cop pulls them over for speeding or swerving or whatever, and the argument that the person makes is, I was not driving. He's like, what do you mean you weren't driving? You're behind the wheel of the car. He's like, I was traveling. And because I was not driving, you cannot get me on your laws. I am a sovereign citizen and not bound by your laws. They think that they got this stupid thing that they call themselves sovereign citizens, that they could travel around the United States and not obey any laws or have to have driver's licenses or any of that. And those idiots always end up getting thrown in jail. They're complete morons that read websites, think that they get an idea from some nut job, and the person who actually created this whole idea of this sovereign citizenship, these are like all of these crazy militia type groups that are anti-American, anti-law, you know, and apparently they get a following from a lot of idiots out there, you know. These are the same groups that tell people, hey, you don't got to roll down your window when a cop pulls you over. You don't got to cooperate with them. And then they wonder why their window gets broken out. They get smacked over the head and they get cuffed, you know. You got to follow the laws, all right? But here's a little video from an attorney.
Or for just a property owner. I think a lot of times people don't even realize that this body of law exists. Maybe when you own your first home, or you get your first survey.
Can everybody hear that good? Because it's kind of quiet.
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yep.
My name is Jessica Shrestha. I'm an attorney at Wheeler, Van Sickle, and Anderson. That's here in Madison, Wisconsin. The concept of adverse possession is that, well, first you start, everyone has a deed to their property. There's a legal description, there's a boundary, whether it's a lot or something else, you know, specific distances, and that's your boundary. But as everyone knows, it's hard to figure out where those are. And a lot of times actual occupation on the ground doesn't necessarily match the real boundary lines. You know, sometimes it's a matter of a few inches, but sometimes it gets to be, you know, we're talking feet, acres, a whole 40-acre parcel sometimes. And it turns out that if you occupy and use an area of property for long enough and treat it as your own property, the doctrine of adverse possession makes that your property by law. It's more complicated exactly how that applies, but that's the basic concept. Over time, property can become yours even if you don't have a deed that describes it. Adverse possession comes up most often for a typical property owner with a fence. That's really the classic example, and that has been for as long as we've had, real property and the law of adverse possession. Someone will construct a fence, and even if they get a survey to tell them exactly where the property line is, they might construct their fence a foot inside their property. They want to make sure they can stay on the other side, for example, or a foot on the other side. Sometimes it's a greater distance. And over time, they forget, or maybe they didn't know where the exact boundary was in the first place, and that fence might become the boundary by operation of adverse possession. Same thing goes with lines of trees and hedges, or even people.
Okay, so what did she just describe there is that, remember this example that I gave you over here where the neighbor A built the fence on neighbor A's property? What she's describing right there is sometimes what commonly happens is an honest mistake, okay? But this is what commonly happens, is what she's describing is, say that lot owner B wanted to put up a fence. Lot owner B wanted to put up the fence, okay? This is this guy right here. He wanted to put up a fence, but he didn't want to put it directly on the property line. Maybe he didn't know if there was an ordinance that you couldn't and had to be off a little bit. So just to make sure that he's not going on the neighbor's property, instead of putting it directly on, he put it just maybe a foot or a couple feet inland and put the fence here. Now, he was just being a gracious neighbor. But over the years and as time went on, if lot owner A was now occupying and using all this space, he could claim ownership of this area of land. So that fence becomes the boundary line. So it's not necessarily that your neighbor maliciously put it there. The property owner could have put it there and just forgot, So that's how this argument came about that she's saying sometimes happens.
Place a shed on a neighbor's property, and that's in a city lot. The same thing though can happen with pasturing cattle or with fences for cropland. When a client or a potential new client comes to me and they think they have a boundary dispute or maybe an adverse possession situation, to start, I think the easiest way to think about it is you have to ask the basic questions: the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Now, the who is really important. Who are the parties involved? And with adverse possession, it's not going to just be the current property owner necessarily. Do you have a governmental entity who owned that property 20 years ago? The what sort of property is involved? Is it hunting property, a city lot? Those are important things to know about property and deciding if you have adverse possession. When?
Because you cannot gain adverse possession on government-owned property.
Are we talking 20 years of adverse possession? Was it occupied between 1930, 1950? What time period?
Because the time period also matters too. There was a period of time in the United States that they used to do something called homesteading, where any land that was not owned or occupied by a private citizen, the government allowed anybody to claim up to 160 acres of land. Just claim it and map it out and start paying the taxes, and most importantly, use the property, and that 160 acres of land became yours. Okay, that's they did away with homesteading. I think the last time that there was ever, I think I have it actually written down in my book here. The last state to ever have homesteading was Alaska, and they did away with it in 1986. So there's no more homesteading now. You could see a movie about this homesteading. There's one with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise called Far and Away that goes over this example. There's a scene there where they're doing the land race of Oklahoma, the great land race of Oklahoma, where they were doing this. If anybody watches the Hallmark Channel, some of those love stories sometimes on Hallmark Channel, there was a case with a pumpkin farm, and the two neighboring farmers had a dispute over the land, and who's been using it and how the map is drawn, and it's actually using an argument about like this.
Where, how much property is involved, what is the actual boundary line that's in dispute, and why? there was a recent case, again, Wilcox versus the state of Hines, that told us it is important why you were possessing the property. Did you intend to possess it? Was it with the permission of the true owner? Did you think it was your property?
Why does it matter if it's with the permission of the true owner? Why does that matter?
Because then isn't that a license?
Yeah, because if you have permission, it's a license, and you cannot get an easement by prescription if the owner gave you permission. It has to be hostile, adverse to their title, and without their permission, right? Exclusive without their permission.
And then very importantly, how? What were your acts of possession that constitute adverse possession? When I have all of that information, I sit down and I think, does this equal adverse possession? I compare it to the case law. And then I start to think about possible defenses and different related doctrines maybe that could come into play, such as the doctrine of acquiescence or easements. Attorneys should know that the statute isn't going to answer their question in most cases. You need to look at the entire body of law that has developed over time. The adverse possession statutes actually codify the common law. And so there are different elements even in the cases than ours are listed even in the statute. So the elements of adverse possession are continuous, exclusive, open and notorious, and hostile possession, whereas there is no reference of most of those terms in the statutes themselves. Attorneys.
So basically she said, in order to gain an easement by prescription, it has to be open, notorious, hostile, adverse, without the permission. But she said, the actual law does not use those terms in the law itself. So she's like, she's basically explaining that it's a lot harder to gain adverse possession than you think, but some people have gained it and a lot of people try.
Also need to know that you shouldn't just look at either the first case or even the last case. It's been a long and complex doctrine that has evolved over time. And a good place to start is probably the latest case, but there are plenty of cases from over 100 years ago that I still reference and that are still relevant good law that you need to be aware of. Part of why I wrote my article is sometimes it's really hard to find a good summary of adverse possession law.
It is.
A lot of the treatises will have it, but that's on a nationwide basis. And our state, along with a lot of other states, has developed the law in its own way. So I think the best way to sort of follow along and know what you should be looking at is to just go through the cases. You're going to have to do your case law research. Hopefully my article will give you a good starting point, but from there you just have to get into the topic.
All right. By the way, you heard it from an attorney's mouth that specializes in this, you know, but there was another case, like I said, there used to be that show, Bob Massey, the property man, but unfortunately that guy, that show's no longer on because the guy died. He died of cancer recently. But it was a really good real estate program that they had on the business, Fox Business Channel. So you could try to look up, I reached out to his family to see if I could get copies of the videos of adverse possession stuff so that I could use them to teach in real estate class. He had a real good example about why they have these laws, why they exist, and how people take advantage of them and how to prevent it. And specifically from the perspective of real estate agents and homeowners, you know, versus just explaining what case law is and the boring stuff like you kind of just heard. But nonetheless, I showed you a couple of instances where people just tried to move into a house and claim adverse possession by going to the courthouse, filing the paperwork, knowing that they don't have a leg to stand on. But sometimes when these properties are in danger of foreclosure and people just abandon them, they moved out, people will move into a house, try to claim adverse possession in court, and then they reach out to the bank, the lender, to try to strike a deal with them to buy the property. Because they figure if they're already in possession of it and there's a legal suit pending for this, they could see that this could be a huge problem for the bank and legal issues and keeping it tangled up. And they may have a little bit of a stance so that they can negotiate better on the price and get the house. Okay. But that's a lot of risk people are taking. We've seen that couple there with the one who was a school teacher, and the guy was like, come on, man. You know, the sheriff was like, you know, you're college educated, you know, we're going to throw you in jail, you know. So not a great idea to just move into someone else's property. I don't know what give you that idea in the first place. A little bit of knowledge can be a dangerous thing. All right, so party wall. A party wall is, okay, so we highlighted a lot of stuff under easement by prescription. That everything that we highlighted there goes into one story though. So, I mean, it's not a bad idea. Take your pen and just put a box around the entire section, all those paragraphs under easement by prescription, so that you button it up so that you know that's all related there. We're not highlighting a bunch of different things. It's all related to that one topic. Easement by prescription, which must be perfected with a lawsuit in a court of law. And that lawsuit we've been hearing a lot about. It's called a suit for adverse possession. A lot of times people never refer to easement by prescription. They just say adverse possession. But adverse possession is the lawsuit and the action, but the easement is called easement by prescription. Okay. Now a party wall. What's a party wall? Well, let's go to the let's go to the slideshow, my friends. Okay, so we go to the whiteboard here once again, and the party wall is a common wall. Whoa. Clear canvas. All right, so a party wall is when you have attached housing. Kind of like townhouses, you know, they're multi-level attached housing is what a townhouse is, right? So you got one house here, one house here, one house here, another one here, right? This common wall that separates the two units, that's known as a party wall. And each party is responsible for maintaining their side of the party wall, because if they don't, that wall can start crumbling and fall down if they don't maintain it. And each party has an easement right in the other party's side of the wall, because it's the wall. If the wall falls down, nobody has a wall. A lot of times in the past too, we've seen where we have two properties, okay? You have two people's properties. One person's got a property, here's the land. And on it, somebody's gonna construct the wall. In the past, they built them out of stone, right? They put boulders up, right? So that's a party wall. It's a common wall that separates two properties. Today, we just use fences, right? What do they say? Strong fences make good neighbors, or tall fences make good neighbors, something like that. Or good fences make good neighbors. I forget the saying exactly, but that's true, right? If you got a good fence, your neighbor's not all in your business, and less fighting between them, right? So party wall is just a common wall. License is permission. Easement is a right. Just know that. And then know the different easement types. By prescription is when you could take away somebody's property if you used it for a period of time as defined by law. The period of times you need to know. Easement appurtenant, easement in gross, and easement by necessity. You need to know those as well. There we go. Appurtenant, in gross, and by necessity. Which one is a utility easement? Which one's a utility easement out of all the easements?
Easement in gross.
Easement in gross is the utility easement, correct. An easement for landlocked properties, what do we call that?
Easement by necessity?
By necessity. Right? You know what? We didn't go over some of the common scenarios with the easement by necessity, which would also which would also be an easement, will fall into the class of easement appurtenant too, would be a common situation sometimes that we come across, is a situation where we have neighbors. And here's a situation where we have two neighbors. We have, here's the separation of the lot. We got lot owner A, lot owner B. This guy's got a house over here, and this guy's got a house over here. Now, neither one of them, here, let me move this property line over a little bit. Now, neither one of them, say the property line's right here. And they have garages in their backyard. And it goes over to the driveway like this. And they're sharing a common driveway here. You see that? Let me change the property line color to red here. Here's where the actual property line is, okay? Now, neither one of these sides, neither one of these parties has enough room to drive a car through the driveway to get to their garage. We call these shared driveways, okay? You see them a lot of times in urban areas where the homes are built close to each other. But they're sharing a common wall here. They're sharing a common driveway here. So each one of them, in this case, they're both going to be dominant and servient to states at the same time, because neither one of them has enough space that would fit a car to drive through. Okay, this guy don't got enough room, and this guy don't got enough room. But usually one of these parties is going to be like this guy in B. He might be saying, oh, you know what, that driveway's mine, and tell his neighbor A that, you know what, I allow you to drive back there, because he figures, because he's got more space here, more of this driveway belongs to him than this guy over here. So he's going to try claiming ownership of something. But no, both parties need to go on the other party's property a little bit in order to get to their backyard. And this usually causes problems for neighbors too, because sometimes people are in a rush. They park their car here while they're just running in to drop off the groceries. And then they get tired, and then they pass out on the couch, and then the neighbor comes home and he can't get into his driveway, and he's honking the horn, and then he gets all pissed off and starts screaming and yelling. And sometimes you get disputes among neighbors like that with these common driveways. But this would also be an easement by necessity, because it's necessary for either party to get to their garage, right? That's a common one that we see a lot too. All right, lastly, we have encroachments. Encroachments, anything that crosses over the property line, right? Yep. All right, how do you create an easement? Well, there's a lot of ways that easements can be created: by express grant, giving permission for somebody to cross over your property; by a deed that conveys the creating of an easement over the sold land. Why would you do that? Well, there's a picture in the book on the previous page. Instead, I'll just go to the drawing book again here and show you on the canvas. The whiteboard. Am I showing you here again? Oh, how to create an easement. Okay, so let's just say that we have the two property owner A. Let's say property owner A at one time owned all this property, and he's got a house on the property, and he's also got a lake back here. He's got a lake that goes on his property. Now, he says, you know what, I got a big property here, and he decides to subdivide it. He subdivides this property into two lots, builds another house, and he sells it. This is now lot B. Now, how can he get more money for this lot when he sells it? If he gave access to the lake to lot owner B by creating an easement, could that add value to this lot? Giving lake access?
Yes.
Yes.
So maybe lot owner A, when he owned the property, when he was subdividing it, he created an easement right that would allow lot owner B to cross over his property here. Now, years later, this original guy sold it. There's a different owner there. And maybe even this guy is a different owner now. They sold it to someone else. This easement right would still exist. Only lot owner B can give up that right. Lot owner A can't take it away from them, because you can't take away someone's rights once it's been established that you have them, right? All right. So by granting the new owner easement over the grantor's remaining land, by long-time usage, like with an easement by prescription, however, that would require the lawsuit to be filed, or by necessity for the purpose of ingress and egress.
Natural.
So how do you terminate an easement? Well, when the purpose for the easement no longer exists, but that only applies to an easement in gross. That's the utility easement. When the owner of the dominant or servient tenement becomes the owner of the other. Because if you have this easement arrangement like this, if lot owner A wants to get rid of this easement now, if he buys lot owner B, now he owns all this property again. What is an easement? Just a general statement, the easement, not a specific type of easement. What's an easement? It's a right to cross over someone else's property for a particular purpose. But if you own all the property, what does that do to the easement? That's how you terminate it. You don't need an easement right to cross over your own land. Right? So if lot owner A bought out lot owner B, well, you own all this property now. You don't need an easement to cross over one lot to the next if you own both of them.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Or the person who has the easement right can give up their right. The dominant estate can give up, or by abandonment. However, not likely. Courts have ruled that simple non-use does not constitute abandonment. You would have to prove what the person's intention was, that they weren't going to come back, right? That they abandoned the property. And good luck with that. Simple non-use, once again, does not constitute abandonment. All right. Encroachment, anything crosses over the property line. Here, I made that note about the roach, like one of my students gave me this one. Note to remember the meaning. Encroachment has the word roach in it. And much like a roach, it's something on your property that you don't want. How would you discover?
Actually, a really good way to remember it.
It is. It really is. That's an ingenious thing. That's why I adopted it here. Now, how do you find out? How do you find out if somebody built a fence or a shed or something over the property line?
Survey?
You get a survey. Wait a minute. So isn't that another kind of inspection? Okay. So wait a minute. We do a lot of inspections when we buy a house, don't we? So it's not just a home inspection. We also get an appraisal. That's a type of an inspection for the value. The home inspection inspects the structure to see if there's anything wrong with it. An appraisal inspects the value for the bank. A survey would look at the property boundaries to find out if there's any encroachments or if there's any easements on a property. A A title search would also uncover that too. A title search is another type of inspection. It searches the ownership records pertaining to that property, right? All right, deed restrictions are legal promises that you agree to when you purchase the property. These are restrictive promises though. So any restrictions placed in deeds are called restrictive covenants. Yeah, I know. Just give me a second. We're going to finish this chapter really quick. We're almost here. Restrictive clauses added to a deed when the property is conveyed. They're established by the seller to restrict future owners' use of the property, and they run with the land. And that's the end of that. So let's do the key terms to review. And we're done with chapter 6. Unfortunately, we did not get to chapter 7 even. Geez, going so slow. All right, let's highlight in the book the word encroachment and highlight when all or part of the building, fence, or driveway or other installation illegally extends beyond the land of the owner. That's an encroachment. Then go down to deed restrictions, the next paragraph on page 101. And I want you to write restrictive covenant next to it. Because that, what do we call restrictives? Restrictions placed in deeds? Call them restrictive covenants. What's a covenant?
It's a legal promise.
Thank you. It's a legal promise. So write restrictive covenant next to deed restrictions. And then highlight deed highlight the whole sentence that's there. Deed restrictions are restrictive clauses that are added when the property is conveyed and established by the seller to restrict future use of the property. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What do we call the type of estate in land? What do we call an estate in land that's based on a restriction?
A fee determinable.
Fee determinable, or
Or a restrictive covenant.
oh no, the estate in land. It's called fee determinable, defeasible fee, or conditional fee.
Conditional fee, right.
All right. So you could also write next to deed restrictions, page 94. It's a little cross reference there. The types of deeds that have restrictions in them are called fee determinable, defeasible fee, or conditional fee. All right. That was on, once again, page 94. It was a cross reference. Now let's do the key terms to review, and then we'll be done for the weekend. Page 103. Everybody, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
All right. A right sometimes acquired through usage.
Easement by prescription?
An easement by prescription, correct. 9 is A. An easement, encroachment, etc. Any easement, encroachment, etc.
Easement?
Well, it's not just easements, any easement, encroachment, etc. They are all
Encumbrance?
they're all encumbrances. 12 is B, correct. A right of access to a landlocked parcel.
Easement by necessity?
8 is C, easement by necessity.
Necessity.
Amount of ownership. How do you describe amount or kind of ownership?
Estate in land?
Estate in land. 13 is D, correct. A building intruding on another's land.
Encroachment.
11 is E.
Encroachment.
Property that benefits from an easement.
Dominant estate?
4 is F. Most complete ownership of land possible.
Fee simple?
15 is G, fee simple, or fee simple absolute it goes by. Husband's right in wife's property.
Courtesy.
Courtesy, because men are courteous to women. That's the husband's right. 3 is H. Ownership lasting. I know it says indefinitely here. I don't like that. Next to I want you to cross out the word indefinitely and write forever or a lifetime. So ownership lasting forever or a lifetime.
Freehold? Freehold estate?
It is a freehold estate. 16 is I.
Yeah.
Placed against real estate by a worker who's not been paid.
Is it construction lien?
It is. 1 is J. Ownership as long as.
Determinable?
Determinable.
14 is K, as long as you don't violate the restriction. 14 is K. A permanent right to use another's land.
Easement.
6 is L.
Easement.
A right that runs with the land.
Easement appurtenant.
7 is M. Transfer by sale or gift. What's another word for transfer?
Convey.
2 is N, convey, correct. A right used for utility lines on another's land.
Gross.
Easement and gross. 10 is O. Wife's right in the husband's property. Dower. 5 is P, because dower begins with a doe, and a doe is a deer, a female deer, right? 5 is P. I know those things are stupid, but they're corny, but they work, right? All right, let's do key terms 2. Adding successive periods of usage.
Tacking.
15 is A, tacking. The tract over which an easement runs.
Surveying estate?
13 is B. Temporary permission.
License.
Or C. Claim against one parcel of real estate.
Specific lien?
14 is D. The order in which liens are paid.
Priority.
According to their priority. That's right. 10 is E. The right to use and possess for a limited time.
Leasehold estate?
3 is F, leasehold estate. Complete ownership until someone's death.
Life estate.
6 is G. Third party who will gain eventual ownership. Let me reword that. Third party who will gain possible eventual ownership. Who will possibly.
Yeah. Remainder man.
11 is H, remainder man. Financial claim against real estate.
Lien.
A lien. 5 is I. Lender's claim against real estate.
Mortgage lien.
Mortgage lien. 8 is J. Property taxes are 1.
Involuntary lien.
Involuntary lien. 2 is K. Mortgage or equity loan as an example.
General lien.
Voluntary lien.
Voluntary lien.
Voluntary.
Yeah. 16 is L. Claim against all property someone owns.
General lien.
That's a general lien. 1 is M. Notice that a lawsuit may be filed. Well, I know it says lien here, but notice that a lawsuit may be filed. What is it?
Lease pendants.
Lease pendants. 7 is N. A structure owned by 2 adjoining landowners.
Party wall.
Party wall. 9 is O. And possible, not future interest, but possible future interest of an owner.
Reversionary interest.
Reversionary interest. 12 is P. All right.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first, I'm not at my computer. My computer died. I'm with Sasha.
And... Go ahead. Hello. Still there?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I was saying I'm with Sasha right now, so I won't be able to mark that I'm present, but I am. But I do have a question about when someone wants to take over a property. Well, not take it over, but you know, like the piece of land where A had the fence on B's property.
Yep.
Say
Easement
say A
easement
sold.
by prescription.
Yeah, say A sold the property. Well, wanted to sell the property. Can B still take them to court?
Yeah,
for-
it doesn't
for-
matter. It doesn't matter if the owner's change of one of the properties.
Oh, so that doesn't reset it.
Nah, as long if you're using someone else's property for a period of time, look, when that new person bought the property, they should have done a survey, and then they would have found out that the fence is on that property that they want to buy. And then I would be like, wait a minute, I'm not buying this property until that current owner gets your neighbor to remove it. I don't want to buy a property and then be stuck with that drama. I want the current owner to get that cleared up before I buy it. Because when we put an offer, when we put a contract together, in the contract, it says that the seller is going to deliver that property free of any liens or encumbrances.
Okay. Okay.
All right. And if they got an encumbrance on there that they're not clearing up for whatever reason, well, you don't go through with the purchase. You can, but I wouldn't advise it. I'd say let them clear it up first, or compensate you for taking the property with that lien, and then you take on the responsibility for clearing it up.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I got you.
All right.